I don't know why I said I'm sorry. I'm fucking exhausted to the point where it's not quite
I was
funny.
gonna say, I have 2 kids. Silence is golden, man. In fact, I'm gonna go get myself a beer quick.
I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do this. Nope, this one. I guess I didn't have this quite as dialed in as I thought I did, because only one thing can use my camera at a time, and my OBS is already trying to use it.
I'm gonna ask like if Discord had a like streaming support, so you could just connect your Discord straight to streaming, like stream your Discord. I don't know how that works.
I'm sure that they do, but I also haven't I haven't looked into it to figure it out. I'm gonna try and rig something together here real quick, but we'll see what happens. I might have to temporarily disable. Here, let's try that. Let's see if I can disable this. If I turn that off, then if we go to live 2, escape. It doesn't want to pick up my camera. Why does it want to pick up my camera? You guys don't need to hold off the game on account of me. I'll either get
Oh
this
no,
figured
we're
out
cool.
or
We're still waiting on Nick anyway.
Okay.
So
I'll see if I can figure this shit out. I wonder if I can just disable it. Can I just disable it? Deactivate. Nice. I'll just have to remember to reactivate it later. Now. I got it. Look at me go. I'm a fucking genius.
yeah. So thanks, Corey, for the
Last minute cancel.
fuck. Killing me.
Not the end of the world. I can run as character no problem unless no one's coming.
He hasn't responded yet. I'm guessing he's probably putting the baby to bed still.
That's fair. But yeah, I mean, I've become kind of a pro of playing multiple characters because I've been playing Sigurd for so long.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Not that I'm that good at it, but I'm just used to having multiple character sheets up.
You know, that's the thing, is that if somebody gets their character sheet set up properly, it ain't no thing. What? What?
I just sent a picture of my new tattoo to the general chat. I walked in and got, like, as a walk-in, got that done. Walked out 3 hours later.
Oh, that's cool.
Doesn't taste any different.
Is that just a tree, or is that supposed to be Yggdrasil?
It's Yggdrasil.
That's what I want to get.
It's
I want to get on my forearm.
Yeah, that was my my artist's real quick interpretation. Like, she had never heard of Yggdrasil at all. She was vaguely familiar with some Tree of Life references, but she had never heard or seen anything. And I was like, well, here's a couple pictures of other people who have Yggdrasil tattoos, but I don't want somebody else's tattoo on me, so, you know, come up with something. And I came back an hour later, and that's what she had for me.
That's what you should always do. Like, give an artist a picture, be like, I want generally this. Give me your version.
And I'll tell you, cool. This girl.
That's exactly what I want. I want a Yggdrasil tattoo as well.
So I was down in Stillwater, and I have a fucking thing where every time I go to Stillwater, I leave with a new tattoo. I don't know what it is, but it happens every time. And I walked into the tattoo parlor, and there's this young girl sitting back there who is the most wholesome girl next door looking woman I've ever seen in a tattoo parlor in my life. And she had the most gentle hand, dude. Like, the line work, it's fucking immaculate, and it was like it barely even happened. You
Yeah,
ever
that
want a
is-
tattoo? You got to go see a chick named Bailey Balzer down in Stillwater. She's the shit. I'll pimp her
Yeah,
for the rest of my life. Well, pimp her. I'll promote her for the rest of my life. I'm not pimping anybody. I'm an old bald white
Yeah,
dude.
that's a really cool design. I like that.
Yeah, and for just being whipped together on the spot with like having no background in it. I mean, that's
Yeah,
pretty.
the line work is really well done. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, I've always wanted to get that with. I want the world serpent at the base, and
Yarmungandr.
eagle at the top, and the squirrel climbing between to
And
pass
the
the
squirrel.
messages. Like that's what I want on my forearm. I want the squirrel like passing up the tree because like the myth is like there's the world serpent and then there's like the all-seeing eagle or whatever it is at the top of the tree, and the squirrel runs the messages up and down, and they just insult each other all day long, and the squirrel runs the insults back and forth between the eagle and the serpent. And I love that fucking story.
So,
I've
so
always
is the
wanted that.
squirrel's like official title then, like bringer of insults?
Basically, yeah.
That's cool.
He is the messenger. He is like the all messenger.
There's some weird shit in Norse mythology, man. I mean, Odin's favorite drinking buddy was his pet dog named Freaky. It's just
Oh,
weird
yeah.
shit. It
Yeah.
eight-legged
I mean-
horses.
He rides his son's son. So
Yeah, exactly.
his six-legged horse is Loki's child.
Yeah, and
Well, and the
Loki
fact that
shit.
Ragnarok exists simply because he basically screwed Surtur as a contractor out of money,
Yeah.
or what he was promised for building Asgard,
Yep.
right? So
Which is
Nice
very
work.
fair of Surtur. Like, I built
Exactly.
Asgard, and you didn't pay me.
And
Now
I'm gonna
gonna
tear it
destroy
down.
it.
You ask
right, they
any
make him look like a
contractor.
total dick on Thor Ragnarok, but honestly, it's like, no, man, like
Yeah, look
guy's just collecting what's his, man. Like,
dude's got a overdue bill. Past
joke.
notice.
and basically Odin said to his face, like, yeah, I fucking tricked you. Fuck you. Get out of my
Yeah.
house that you built for me. You know.
Kind of cover that in the Marvel version, the MCU version, where Helen's like, yeah, you see Odin as this great, this great,
Yeah, this
wise
just god,
leader,
right?
but he was a warmonger. He fucked over a lot of people in his time, and now he's pretending to be all noble.
Yeah, one of his mini names was Grimnir, which is essentially the Norse Grim Reaper.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's,
Which isn't that
it's,
like anybody who rises to the top did some shitty shit to get there, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, if you want to be the Lord of the Aesir, you're gonna have to kill some people. It's just
all right. So, Tanner, I need to give you access to Tig, probably, right?
I think I might have actually had it at one point. I don't know if I still do. No.
Can be edited and
I
controlled,
can't
but here we
pull
go.
the character sheet.
All right, you should now. Excuse me. All right. So before I go into the recap, a little bit of housekeeping here. I've been experimenting with some ideas I've had for the campaign.
uh-oh.
And for starters, I have now built essentially a travel map for this campaign, which I will demonstrate now.
Oh,
Um,
I like
so
it.
as you can see, the Fog of War is up.
No, it's okay. I was gonna say I had nothing, but I was just scrolled up.
Oh yeah. So in the bottom right corner should be sort of the area you have thus far explored.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
So
I went with-
Delmunster would have been the town where we found all the dead bodies and ran away from the army, and Grolic House
Right.
is where we are now. Then.
Correct. So I also
That's
came
the
up with
one thing we've been missing is having that kind of
yeah.
help place ourselves in the overall world.
Yep.
So, and that's kind of what I've been trying to work for in all the campaigns. problem here is that, like for example, the module that this is out of, or rather the source book, because there's no module for this. I have to build the module off the source book, which is just general information. Like, here's the kind of stuff that happens here, and it's like you have to kind of actually write what happens to the characters and what these places are actually like. And then, of course, since these are all like second edition, 3.5 edition actual locales that took place in the 90s and early 80s, you know, you have to go look up stuff, and I'm trying to be as canonically accurate as possible for a lot of this stuff. So that's also a pain in the ass. So I spent a large portion of this week building this map, because the map they have built has everything labeled, which is no good, because I don't want you to be able to see things on the map until you know what they are. So basically what I've had to do is build the map from scratch all over in Incarnate, and then basically throw all the labels on the GM's layer, and then I slowly reveal them to you as you discover them. So
That seems like an incredibly large amount of work for you.
it is a lot of fucking work, but luckily I sit through a lot of meetings where I have nothing to say, and so I kind of just I work here, and I work on D&D stuff here. So it's just kind of like, if I'm bored, or if I'm waiting on something, or if something's bugging me, or I get frustrated, I just come over here and I just map for a while. So but yeah, so this is kind of to help you guys get a feel for the area, the setting. Essentially, if you scroll over to the left, there's little compass rose, lets you know which direction is what, and roughly what the area of measurement is. So essentially, 2 squares equals a mile, or 1 square equals a half mile. So at a normal pace, a party moving at a normal pace can make 3 miles an hour. So what that would look like is, so that's essentially 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles. This is about how far you can travel in 1 hour. So just to kind of give you the scope and breadth of it all. And yeah, as things become revealed to you, that sort of thing, it'll come up on the map. Questions?
No, I like that.
Now that I know.
Pretty good explanation.
All right. So then let's move back to the recap. Okay. And we'll just kind of do an overall recap of the whole adventure so far. Just, I assume, Jared, if you have people actually watching,
There's a couple.
it might help to actually get an idea for what's going on.
Sure.
Essentially, this party was brought together by a mutual acquaintance whose name was anyone?
Hold on, I can tell you in 1 second. It was Gilther.
Gilther Stonehand, yes. You all knew him through various dealings with him. However, he put you each onto a job being commissioned by the notorious or famous, depending on where you're from, Harple family out of Longsaddle. They were looking for people to investigate an anomaly in the Lurkwood, about a 10 days ride to the north. Word was that competition was stiff. However, several parties had been sent prior to yours, and no one had returned, save for a few mangled bodies in the woods. They found nearly no evidence of the other people who took on the job. The only thing they could describe was the mist sort of emitting from deeper within the Lurkwood. For a sum of 2,000 gold pieces, the party, who had only just met upon reaching Longsaddle, agreed to take it and made their way north to the Lurkwood. During their journey up there, they developed a bit of synergy working together, found that they were quite talented hunters and were able to just sort of live off the land as they made their way up. Upon entering the Lurkwood, what they found was a very old set of woods and a very dark place, even by day. And by night, it was both dark and dangerous, as they decided they would spend their first evening up in the trees, as the mist only grew heavier and heavier as they made their way into the woods. That evening, as they slept, however, Bragi slipped from his watch post and ended up falling to the ground after most of the evening hearing several things moving around down below at several different types of paces. However, as Bragi sort of regained his senses and stood up, he found several figures beginning to approach him. Upon closer inspection, these turned out to be zombies, and as they advanced upon him, the rest of the party was awoken and came to his defense. Once the zombies were dispatched, the group heard a loud scream emitting from nearby, which drew them to a cave from which it appeared much of the mist was emitting. As they made their way into the cave, they searched for the source of the sound, but no further sound was evident. So they just made their way deeper into the cave until they found the body of a presumed druid that they believed they were searching for, someone representing the Emerald Enclave who had come to investigate these anomalies as well. Unfortunately, she appeared to have been dead for a few minutes at this point, and as the group decided they were going to leave, her body rose as a zombie as well, and as they dispatched her, they began to hear off in the hallways more groaning and more footsteps as several mobs of zombies began sort of converging on them from several tunnels. To compound the issue, the mist started growing thicker, and it even began sort of causing sleepiness in several of you. Those who did not succumb to zombie attack ended up falling to the effect of the mists. Seemingly defeated and or dispatched, we closed on that session, only to find that the group awoke in a different part of the cave, or so they thought. As they began making their way through the cave, they discovered that this was not the same cave. And as they found the entrance to this cave, they discovered the land outside did not resemble the Lurkwood in any way, shape, or form. The climate was different, colder, the air was thinner. The trees resembled the Lurkwood trees in no way at all. Deciding to rest and make a go of it in the morning, or when they awoke, the group stayed in the cave, emerging now to begin searching this new area, realizing they didn't have their bearings at all. They didn't know what time of day it was because they weren't entirely certain which way was east and which way was west. As Dakar sort of started to search around, he and Jeff were able to kind of get a determination on which way was indeed east, and they began slowly navigating their way through the woods with the rest of the party following. The party came upon a zombie ogre, which basically pounded Tig into the dirt like a railroad spike. Luckily, she was able to be saved. After about another hour of travel, the party found a river bank where they thought they might actually start to follow the river to some sort of sign of civilization. But upon finding the riverbank, they also found signs of logging in the area, began following those signs towards what they would discover to be a village within the woods. This village, however, was completely overrun by the dead, and most of the buildings appeared to be in disrepair altogether. The group worked their way through the block of the village in which they found themselves and dispatched these zombies. And as they did, Jeff began burning the bodies. Once the zombies were all dispatched and the fire was roaring with dead zombies, finally dead zombies, the group began searching this area of the village to try and determine if there was anything of value or if they could figure out what happened to the residents here beyond the obvious. They found a trap door in the floor of one of the buildings and found it led down to a cave. And as they thought back and forth as to whether or not they wanted to actually explore this cave, they found a group of soldiers making their way into the village center, seemingly attracted by the fires. As such, they sounded quite hostile in their discussion and began moving about the area, looking for whoever may have caused the fire. Opting not to confront these soldiers, the party slipped off into the cave, and below they discovered a system of caves that appeared to tunnel around beneath the village. And as they followed it deeper and deeper, they found essentially a very large iron door behind which several people were discovered, heavily armed and very untrusting of the party. And due to this, the party was made to sleep outside and told they could not enter, and the party sort of pleaded with them, and an arrangement was eventually struck. A group of couriers who were moving a lot of materials for these people seemingly went missing, and only one ended up returning, and this one was babbling and psychotic, and as such, the people in the caves beneath sort of came to the arrangement with the party that if the party would find out what happened to this group, they would have proven that they're trustworthy enough and would then be allowed sort of access to the village beneath the village, if you will. The party agreed to this and were instructed to seek out the Gralic House, an old dilapidated manor atop a cliffside to the northwest of the village, which they learned was called Del Munster. The party made their way to the Gralic House and began approaching it. They found several zombies sort of mobbed around its main gates, which they quickly dispatched, after which they fought zombie dogs, ghosts, a mimic, wolves, a mimic, ghouls, which sort of threw them for a turn, as well as some more intelligent ghouls, one of which calling himself,
couple was?
Yes, the Lord and Lady of the Manor, as they called themselves. Once dispatched, the self-dubbed Lord of the Manor begged for his life. In exchange, he would give them all the information he had on the house and how to navigate it safely, giving them a quick tour of the place and showing them the areas that the group had not yet seen. It was agreed that the Lord of the Manor had done his part and then decided to depart, at which point he ran for his life. The group was then left to explore the remaining areas of the house that they had not entering one room and facing off with a gibbering mouther. And that is sort of where we left off last week. Nolan, I'm glad you're here. Say quick question for you.
Yeah.
Corey couldn't make it. You want to play Tig?
Sure, that went swimmingly last time.
I know, but Tig has really bad luck, so it's not you, it's the character.
Yeah, so that's fair. I didn't
Yeah,
age
kinda
in
is
30
fair.
years.
40.
40.
40
Oh, fuck.
years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever. She's a gnome. Doesn't matter.
Very
And you
likely
didn't
to
do
begin
that.
with.
It was a ghost.
Yeah, but I mean, my role is what did it.
You
Remember,
can't win
Courtney-
them all.
Corey rolled for health for that character and rolled a 1. So, like, the bad luck is just established there.
Yeah.
Fair.
So I'm going to go ahead and move us to the grid map. Group is currently on
Can you
the
add, like,
second
a blue
floor.
light to your room, Nolan? Your
No,
room is very
I
blue.
have smart lights in here, and
Oh, okay.
I just repaired them because Leon, when he flips the switch, will like unpair them, and like all it'll do is this like in and out fading thing. So I had to finally do it.
So just so that you're aware, Jared is also streaming to a few people watching him as well. So-
I know I'm watching his stream.
Yeah,
hell
Oh, really?
yeah.
Me,
Oh, far
me
out.
and Nolan are his 2 followers right now. So.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Nice.
All right. So.
You had 4. They bailed though.
One of
must
them
have
was
been
my
poor
wife.
narration.
No, one of them was
Ah.
my wife. So she just tuned in to make sure that I was looking okay, and then she got bored and left.
Of course.
Yeah, I joined because I figured I'd just throw it up and watch the chat if anybody said anything. But yeah, now it's just me and Nolan, I think.
It'll
Right
get
on.
going. It'll get going.
Well, what you can see is what
What
this
you
is the
can
current
see.
situation. Yeah.
I suppose I have to load the fucking.
Rolled way up.
Well, I was in rhyme, but yeah.
I don't remember which direction we were heading.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
We're on the top floor.
we
we
were
were trying to break into
That's
the
right.
master bedroom. There was a chest that was booby trapped, and we were trying to figure out how to set the booby trap off without dying.
That's right.
Should we throw something very large at it? Stick.
But I almost took.
We could Cut-
I almost took a spell that would have helped, but it did not.
we can like
This-
cut off a finger of a skeleton, tie it to the end of a long pole, and then reach out there and fiddle with the lock with it until it blows up.
I mean, couldn't we just go the opposite direction and throw something heavy?
Yeah, I was gonna say just throw stuff at it.
Well, that's gonna be Dakar's
Come on, that-
job then. I think he's
Yeah, I was
the
gonna say,
strongest.
That's the car's job. The barbarian should just
Yeah.
chuck another chest at the chest.
What are we playing?
Just he's
Divinity?
throwing, he's a mimic.
Did you guys ever play Divinity 2 at all?
Yeah.
No.
There was a thing where telekinesis, you could like load up a chest with all of the other chests that you got, and then use telekinesis to drop it on the enemies, and it would pretty much insta kill them. Like even bosses were just insta dead.
I don't recall doing that ever.
I did a playthrough with that. It was pretty fun. I just put all my points in telekinesis.
Fair. I mean, knowing you can do that. Is this the same hallway that like you guys were in last time I played, or is this a different hallway?
Basically, we're one floor up.
Okay, all right.
We moved a floor up, but same house. It's actually probably the hallway directly above the hallway we were in. last
It
time.
looks very familiar.
It is directly above the hallway beneath.
All right, let's find something heavy and throw it at the chest.
Was it this room here? I thought it was
Yeah.
back.
But I thought it was. Oh, you're right. It might have been up top and to the left.
Yeah, I thought it was the room back over here.
Well, peek your head and let's here. Peek your head in this one and see what we got. There's a chest in here. I can't see a chest.
Yeah, I don't think it was this room.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was that top
I
room.
think it was back the other side, yeah.
Is that a dude sitting in the corner? What is that?
It just looks like a chair and like a broken crate.
Yeah. It looks
Oh,
like a suit of
that dude.
armor standing there or something.
Yeah,
there's
there's a pair of suits of armor. They're flanking the windows here. Across this room, what you can see are pieces of alchemical supplies, alembics, vials, various burners, completely destroyed books and scrolls and such just scatter across the ground. It appears really only the suits of armor were spared from the gibbering mouther's rage, as it appears to have been trapped in here for quite a long time.
Free campaigns now that a gibbering mouther has shown up.
I like the gibbering mouther.
It's a pretty, like, intimidating low-level creature.
I mean, even at like mid-level, like level 5, they can still be a menace.
The classics never die, man.
All right, so we don't know where this chest is that we're throwing stuff at.
No, I know where it is. So it's, if you follow Jeff back this way. I think it's this room here.
I'm sorry, did you close the door again? Was that the deal?
This door that I'm still standing in front of? Why, yes. Since you mentioned it, I did close the door.
Oh. No, I was referring to the
Up there.
yeah, because
No,
they
I
can't
was
see
able
through
to
it.
see through there earlier, but now I can't.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think someone said they closed the door.
Did we?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Jeff's gonna reopen the door,
Just gonna blow up. I'm gonna fucking hide back
Right.
here.
and then he's gonna step off
Yeah,
of the
step to the side.
All right, kitty, go pick up something big and smash that chest.
Alright.
Like, take the headboard off the bed or something and just throw it at
Not having dark vision in roll20 is just painful.
it. Yeah. Nope.
You're a gnome. You should have dark vision.
Well, I'm seeing. I only get. Well, okay, yeah, sorry, no. So she has dark vision. Sorry, I guess
Yeah.
I'm used to Vorian that has
You like
true sight.
120.
So I should say, not having true sight sucks.
I want to make a character that only has blind fighting, so you can only see 10 feet around you.
Totally thought about that. Just blind sight or blind fighting or something.
You can see
That sounds so
everything.
fucking stupid.
You can see everything within 10 feet, though. Invisibility doesn't work. Like, no stealth works against it. But you can only see within 10 feet of you.
You guys remember that movie Blind Fury from back in the day, or am I the only one old enough to remember that? But
No.
Like, I can think of, like, the blind swordsman.
yeah, that's essentially what it was. It was like an American soldier who got shot down in Japan and got blinded when he hit the ground, and then the Japanese village taught him how to live again and taught him how to use a sword. Then he goes back to America and like saves some kid from something. I don't remember. It was pretty
Is
cheesy.
it like computer on fire? Like I just saw a shit ton of smoke like wafting up.
Yeah, I'm smoking.
Yeah. Like, I was genuinely concerned for like a brief second with
Oh,
the amount
shit.
of smoke I saw.
My new GPU just blew the fuck up. It would just be my luck for that to happen. I just got a fucking RTX 3070, so yeah, it would be my luck that it blew up.
We're
Yeah.
coming down in
Shit.
price, so you can go buy a 3090 now.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah, only $1,200.
Only.
Cheap. cheap.
Yeah, I was gonna say for 3090 probably is cheap.
Well, see, is how the fucking 3080s were going for $5,000 6 months ago. Shit.
Yeah, every new technology that came out in the last, since 2020.
Yeah.
Build your own PC, they said. It'll be cheaper, they said.
It'll be fine.
I got in like right as it exploded. Like I built my PC like right as. They were saying like the big worry was power supplies were skyrocketing in price. Beginning
What?
of COVID, yeah, power supplies were
Man.
impossible to find, or they were getting like people are like, oh yeah, this is what COVID's gonna affect. Power supplies are getting really hard to find, and then GPUs were just like,
Hold my
God.
beer.
and they're like, oh shit, we did not think this was gonna happen.
Well, because it's all that crypto mining on top of it, right? So it's
Yeah.
like,
But yeah, when I built
compounds
my
the
PC,
issue.
I think I put like a 650, or no, I think I got like a 700 silver rating, and that was like hard to find at the time. Now I don't even think that's a concern.
Yeah, right now
All right.
shit's relatively easy. Oh, sorry. Go back.
no,
Yeah.
you're all good.
Please.
I just, so you're staring now, all of you, into the room.
Waiting for the giant tiger man.
Unlike most of the other rooms, this room is quite clean. Save for all the dust about the bed is made. Nothing appears to have been tampered with or even messed with to a certain degree.
Looks like there's a dresser in here you could probably pick up and hurl in there. There's something right here.
It's a coffee table.
Is it a coffee
And you know,
table?
if there's a coffee table, there's probably a coffee table book.
Which is heavier than a table.
I don't know. Just good reading.
Grab one of these pillows and load it up with bricks.
Hey Nick, are you muted possibly and talking?
Nope, I'm
Oh,
up.
okay. Sorry.
Yep.
Oh, right on.
What are
Just
we?
checking.
Yeah, are we getting going? Is the
Finding
chest
the heavy
in the room?
The chest is over here.
Okay.
Back here. And
Are we
usually
just
because
concerned
of
this is a
heavy
mimic or
apparatus.
something?
No, it's trapped. It's for sure
Oh.
booby trapped. So we're just trying
Yeah,
to
we
set
had
off the
found a
trap.
on it. Yeah. Don't you have some kind of spell? Don't you have like a mage hand or something?
No, I didn't
Like,
take
nothing.
Mage Hand. I was totally going to, and then I didn't.
Because
Oh,
Mage
wait.
Hand is
I did
spell.
take Mage Hand. Fuck yeah. Never mind. Back out. I got this.
Alright.
Stanlin's hand. All right. Mage Hand is coming. There we go.
I can also move stuff telekinetically, apparently.
Oh, that's right. You do have telekinesis.
All right. I'm going to make a giant purple hand that goes floating through the air. And
All right. So I want to manage your expectations here.
yeah,
This isn't Bigby's hand. This is Mage Hand. So
I know.
it's okay. So it's just more of an ethereal one. It's
Yep.
relatively the size of your hand. So
Hands last for duration until the minute hand vanishes more than 30 feet away, so I gotta be within 30 feet. Shit. That's
Correct.
pretty close. 5, 10. What do we got? Where's my doodad?
I think Tiggs might be a little farther for the telekinesis.
It's 30 feet,
Oh, okay.
so it's the same thing.
Which one of these little symbols was the check your distance thing? I don't remember.
it's the one that looks like a
Scroll
ruler.
down.
There we go. Oh, so I am 30 feet. Okay, cool. Alright, I can not carry more than 10 pounds, can't attack or activate magic items, but I can fiddle with a lock, right? So,
You're gonna need 2 hands to fiddle with the lock.
mm,
'Cause if you remember, like Skyrim or
well,
anything
yeah,
like
I'm
that,
not.
you've got one hand holding the
Well, that would be.
the lock in
He's not
place and
trying to
another
lock
hand
stuff,
pushing the
he's
tumbles.
trying to just like
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that would
I'm
be
sorry.
that would be trying to pick it with a lockpick. I'm just trying to
I
like
see.
set
Okay.
off the just poke it and
just trying
prod
to
it.
raw open it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Just
I
trying
misinterpreted.
trying to set off the kaboomy.
All right, and with that misunderstanding, I deserve another beer.
All right. You know
All
what?
right.
I need a beer too.
So you're gonna go ahead and pry it open?
Yes, sir. I gotta take my
All right.
headphones off for a sec while I grab a beer. I'll be right back.
Surely. I'll wait. I'm sorry. That's very rude. So my kids have been waiting like crazy for that new Kirby game to come out. I was like, okay, we'll go
Oh,
pick it
they
out.
got
It
Kirby
comes
game.
out today. Yeah. And I'm like, I'll just go in after work. Fucking half the targets in the area are sold out. I'm like, okay. Apparently this is a bigger game than I thought it was going to be. So Lucy finds one at Waconia. She buys it and just has it ready for pickup. We go in there. And they have, you know how they have the big cement red balls out front of Target?
Mm-hmm.
These ones were all done up to look like Kirby.
Oh,
I'm like,
Jesus.
it's a Kirby game for crying out loud, right? So,
Yeah,
anyway,
I hadn't even heard about it. And I
didn't either.
When I was a kid.
yeah. I mean, it looks all right, but yeah. So anyway, I bought it for them. Came home with it. They go nuts playing it for like the next hour. I take off to run a couple errands. I come back and my son's back to just playing Minecraft on his Switch, and I'm like,
Of course.
It
You
was
bastard.
it was too hard, Dad.
yeah, probably right. So,
Minecraft is like the modern cardboard box. Like,
Yeah.
oh my
you buy
god.
your kid the most expensive gift and they'll go back to the cardboard box.
Dude, and the thing is that like I don't know how he's learned to do this, but he makes these huge sculptures now, and like they're like perfect animations of things. And then he learns all these crazy redstone formulas, and like you go into a room and he goes hit that button, and you hit the button, and all of a sudden all these armor stands come up out of the ground and they start dancing, and I'm like,
I can't even do that kind of
I
stuff.
don't know how to do that, right? Like, anywho, I'm sorry. So Bragi, kind of
Braggy.
send your ghostly hand forward. Go ahead and make a quick perception check.
Perception. Where is it? There it is. Ooh.
You produce the hand magically, but something about it seems different when you actually look at it. And as you look more closely at it, it doesn't have the typical signature ghostly hand look that your typical spellcast has. What you see is it has an almost radiant skeletal look to it, whereas now it's just sort of like a bony skeletal hand, strangely enough. And as you kind of toy with it and twerk with it, you find that the magic functions perfectly as you would expect. It's just the look of the hand seems to have changed.
Interestinger and interestinger. Hey guys, look! I made a skeletal hand. I make it flip them off real quick before I send it in.
So this bony hand sort of lively, and then all of a sudden,
Then it
Like
goes.
kind of the function of the trap.
it's difficult to say. Do you have the Arcana skill?
No, definitely the card does not have Arcana.
Don't all barbarians have Arcana?
It's like the most
that
useful
was a-
skill to barbarians ever.
Yeah, I thought that was the barbarian thing. Just,
There's
Yeah.
Summoned that wizard, and I knew that he was about to cast a spell, particularly this spell.
Right.
So I
Just
bash.
like every
if you
mage
hate
needs
magic, you should know about
athletics.
it, right?
What mages aren't athletic?
And at this, you sort of issue the skeletal hand forward, and it makes its way towards the trunk, and then finally gets close enough to where you can attempt to lift the lid.
All right, I issue orders to grab the lid hard and try and raise it up.
All right, the hand sort of dips under like this and reaches for the opening, and as it attempts to lift, nothing happens. The lid itself won't budge.
When we discovered the trap, did we not discover something along the side of it that looked like not necessarily a trigger, but definitely a part of the trap mechanism? Or am I remembering incorrectly?
You didn't discover anything resembling that. It was strictly just very nicely filigreed, very well constructed box. Very
Uh,
I don't remember how we determined that it
aristocratic
was trapped.
looking.
yeah, maybe like a magic. I don't remember actually. But Tig, I think her psionic ability, she can like pick up anything smaller than large, so she can like pick
Yeah.
up the chest and smash it.
Yeah, large or smaller. So Tig's just gonna push.
Okay. I dismiss my hand and step away.
Tig's just
Bony
gonna
hand
push
just-
him aside. And with her telekinetic power is going to I can move anything within 30 feet that I can see. I can move it 30 feet as well.
Okay.
Throw
Evidently.
it out the window behind the bed. Just literally throw it out the window.
Sure, fuck it, yeah. Lift that thing up and just cock it out the window.
Okay.
Small nuclear bomb goes off.
The chest is pretty big. It's not too big. You're able to use your telekinesis to lift it, but you find that you're a little shaky about doing it. And you're gonna just blast it out the window.
Yeah, I think that seems like the right call.
Okay. Let's see. How does this supposed to function? Let's see. All right. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to make a ranged attack here because you're actually trying to blast it through that window. So, this is gonna be weird, but roll a d20 and add your intelligence modifier.
Alright, I'll just roll intelligence then.
Okay, sorry.
Oh yeah, that's perfect.
The fuck happened? What? Did you just click on it, Tanner?
Yeah, I clicked on that as well.
Okay, sorry. I was like, I don't think I clicked on that. Sorry. He's got the query thing, so I didn't finish the roll. Sorry, there it is.
All right. You're kind of threading a needle here. The window is this big. The trunk is this big.
Well, you could,
And as you just into it, you hear the glass shatter, but the trunk just sort of like, slumps back down onto the bed at this point.
well, he would turn it long ways. Like, maybe not.
Well, I mean, some of this stuff you got to describe to me. All right, you gotta help me out here.
I don't exactly know what this spell can actually do as far as like manipulating an object.
Well, do you read
It's-
it? Like, he can kind of pick it up and move it around. So I figure he could easily, like, pick it up and shift it long ways and shoot it out.
I mean, yeah, I'll burn a side dice then and effectively just kind of lift it the remainder of the way out the actual window then.
Okay. Yeah, no sense in rolling for that. As you do, you just sort of like whoop, and it.
Did it blow up?
Daddy must see.
I feel like this is 2 campaigns now where I've thrown a chest out a window.
All right.
Jeff's gonna walk up and look down. see
How
if the
far?
box is open.
How far?
Go ahead and make a perception. I would say both you can make a perception check if you want.
I just want to know like how far down it fell.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know exactly how far down it fell.
That's about 35 feet from the window to the ground. Tanner, as Jeff looks out, it's difficult to say in the dark, but it almost appears as if it might still be intact. Maybe.
I'll wait for the others to join. Like, well, it's down there.
Anybody want to climb out the window and check on it?
Yeah, sure. Jeff will jump down.
Seriously?
Yep.
The chest was,
Perfectly good set of stairs. All right.
Yeah, but they're way back there.
Give me an acrobatics check.
We got rope. We can lower him down. We got like hundreds of
I'm-
feet of rope.
I'm hopping.
Just hopping. Oh,
Oh, no.
Ooh.
Oh, one.
that was it.
And
That's
Jeff
nice.
broke his legs.
Oh man. Yeah. You're gonna sustain an injury from this one, I'm pretty sure.
Give me damage.
I'm gonna. This many.
Ouch.
Additionally,
well, it's nothing. Give me 1 sec.
slow foul.
I missed an L.
Wow.
Still fail.
No, it's a Italian.
So it's
5 times your monk level. So what are we
Oh, that's
level?
not bad.
so negative 20 damage. So I'm fine.
Nice.
Okay.
I wanted to use it, and I was like, when you said go down, I was like, well, I wanted to use slow fall.
All
I
right.
can literally negate fall damage.
Fucking warn a dude next time, huh?
No, it was more fun to do this because if I warned you, you would have upped the damage.
No, I wouldn't. There's a basic rule for this. It's 1d6 for every 10 feet. All right.
Well, if I'd warned Nolan, he would have upped the damage, so I wasn't taking risks.
It's the same exact thing.
Yeah,
All
but
right.
you would
My-
have not softened it at all and been like, I'm gonna make it max damage.
It's just my campaign has real horrors in it.
Real horrors?
That too.
All right.
Yeah, Q found a couple of those, so
That's fair.
there are real horrors in that game.
Now he's 70.
Now-
Jeff,
Jesus.
as you
Yeah,
land,
age ages you in Rhyme of the Frost Maiden, just so you know.
yeah, that's one of the reasons you don't roll a human usually.
Sorry.
Okay.
Continue.
Only
Only humans. Otherwise, it would be EIV for elves, DIV for dwarves. Sorry, I can do this all day. Jeff, as you land, you find yourself pretty close to the trunk. It sort of rolled a little bit. And as you kind of approach it, you see that several pieces of like the filigree and the wood, sort of more the carvings and such, have broken off. You can see there are sort of splits happening at a couple seams in a few areas, but it, for all intents and purposes, appears to still be mostly intact.
Pig's just gonna lean out the window and just kind of shout down, "Hey, the coffee maker wasn't working, so I threw it out the window. Is it working now?"
it is not.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
I can lift it up 30 feet and drop it again.
Are there any big boulders out there you could whip it into with some force? Whip it into the side of the building. The building's made out of brick. Smash that bitch against the wall.
I mean, all right, Jeff, step out of the way. Me and the cat are just gonna we're gonna see if we can shove the bed out the window on top. Make sure it's lined up nice and good.
I don't think it's gonna fit.
Jeff's gonna realign the chest nicely underneath the window and step away.
Brian's
no-
just gonna step the fuck away.
Or something?
What's that?
Aren't there still rooms we haven't searched?
Probably.
Probably.
We
This
haven't
is
gone up
definitely
to
a
the
waste of
third
time
floor
at this
yet.
point, but
I don't think we've done the third floor at all.
We gotta know what's in that chest. It might be important.
Yeah. Because maybe there's a key.
why is the
Or you
barbarian
rob a
suggesting
bank.
these ideas?
Yeah, what the hell?
The barbe-
Everybody else says Hulk smash. The barbarian's like, guys, key upstairs.
Let's be smart about this. Fuck you.
I'm a barbarian with Arcana. I do use my head sometimes.
Fuck your good ideas. Smash.
First time we look for a key.
Well, now we probably fucked up the lock and a key wouldn't even work.
Look, I'm just
That's
here
not-
for the ride right now, or I'm just along for the ride rather.
All right, I'm
I'm the
gonna
fill-in
go.
guy.
I'm gonna break out this window so that Jeff can climb back in. I'll toss a rope down to him.
Was that a window? I thought it was a door
I think it's a window.
right here.
I do
With a
just
door
love how this party operates.
Just break stuff.
Like
What do you need?
I thought Ryan and I did stupid shit in our campaign, but this is this is impressive sometimes.
Stupid
All right.
trying to be clever is.
Broggy's very impulsive. I can't help it.
Is everybody heading downstairs, or are we splitting the party?
I thought we were
Up
going
up.
upstairs.
That's up, isn't it?
Oh,
Oh.
This
I thought
is-
we were
this
going
is-
down.
This is down. It goes
Oh.
into the lower area here.
Oh.
I-
You're
I
on
was
the
just
upper
going-
floor.
Yeah, I was just going
Well,
down to go greet Jeff.
Oh, is there not another floor? I thought there was another floor above us yet.
This one.
That's down.
There is not. This goes down into the main
oh,
foyer
so,
below,
Going up.
which you can see.
so we have explored this building. We're definitely still missing something. There were clues that that dude we let go were telling us about last time. I don't remember all of them. Dudes went in one room and never came back out. Dudes went in other rooms and died. And
Well, I did fall down to the pantry. in
oh, that's right. That was
this room,
yeah,
I think. Or was it this room? I don't remember.
yeah. It was this room with the holes in the floor.
Well, I guess we just gotta open that chest.
Yep,
So we have explored this whole building then?
I'm guessing.
I guess screw it. Jeff's gonna open the chest. Well, everyone else. Just gonna tell everyone to kind of like be nearby and. Try
Okay.
to-
Well,
But,
shit, we ain't jumping out
save
the
them
window, so
and
we gotta walk back around. I don't
Or
even
you
know.
can
That's-
stay. You can like look down from the window and be at like a safe distance.
Okay, let's do that. Let's go watch Jeff get blown up.
Well, I mean,
I can just
yeah.
switch you all to the lower map if you want
I
to
was
do
gonna
that
say,
too.
I feel like it makes sense to like go out to the
Yeah,
outside
we should go out to him and
and
just
just be
switch us
standing out on
down
his
one.
patio.
Be
Yeah,
closer
That
in
makes sense.
case a fucking demonic
You can
djinn
definitely pop
pops
the
out.
window.
Demonic Jinn, please. Ifriti, maybe. Okay, give me 1 second. I gotta
Alright.
copy your tokens over. Scoozy.
I need to put a new coil in.
Okay. Alright, so I assume everybody just sort of makes their way out to the back veranda.
Yeah, pretty much right here-ish.
Alright.
That's the word. I
You don't
was
even
looking
really
for.
have to change the map. I mean, just move us outside and bam, we're here.
Okay.
Look at that,
No,
fast
that's-
travel, D&D style.
Alright.
I was able to just walk myself out. I don't know why you guys needed help.
Because we're slow, all right? I've been drinking since like 6.
So
It's Friday, man.
I opened this bottle tonight, and that's where I'm at.
When I started working this morning, there's like a beer that was like a quarter full that I didn't finish last night sitting on my desk, and I was like really tempted to like finish it off and throw the can away. Like, no, that's insane. I'll do that in like 5 hours.
I presented to my team how to make a Sazerac today, and then
Nice.
I don't know what that means.
it's a whiskey beverage, like an old school one. You line the glass with absinthe, and yeah, it's
I've seen it made on How to Drink, which is a good channel to follow. Follow Greg at How to Drink.
All right.
He's on YouTube and Twitch. He does D&D. I think they're doing a cyberpunk RPG right now.
That'd be cool. Yeah.
But he's a cool guy.
You opening
yeah,
this
that's
chest?
just gonna throw the chest
Yep.
open. Okay.
Okay.
Ready to jump away.
As you reach to open it, it does not open.
Anybody got an axe?
I have a hand axe.
Go ahead and make a perception check, Tanner.
Oh, what just happened?
What did happen?
I don't know. My webpage just killed itself.
Oh, you might want to try reloading. Tanner, as Jeff looks at it, he realizes perhaps the reason the trunk is not opening is because it may in fact be locked. And as you confirm, you do in fact see a keyhole on the trunk. I swear to God, it's like herding monkeys.
Wait, no, there's a keyhole. Fuck the key.
It won't open! It won't open! Throw it out the window!
Well, we were trying to
Those are in the
bust it open.
computer.
We knew it was locked.
You
We're hoping we
dipshit.
could bust the lock.
We didn't find a key. What are we gonna do? Go room by room?
Yeah,
Seriously.
inside the computer right now. You just got that joke now. It says inside the computer. They smash
Fuck
the
it.
computer.
Everybody
I don't
back
see
away.
it.
Everybody back away. I'm gonna cast heat metal on it until it bursts into flame.
Jeff's gonna try to pick
Burn the
lock.
fucker. And then I'm gonna cast Thunderwave at it and blow it up. I'm not doing either of these things.
Alright, you're gonna try and pick the lock?
Yeah,
Do you
Who's
have thieves' tools?
I don't. Figured like a raw sleight of hand, maybe not.
The car's got thieves' tools and the proficiency. I just failed to pick it last time.
well? How about we assist
I don't think
you?
anybody attempted it last time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
we
I
discovered
think
that it was
something-
trapped.
Yeah, I thought that's what happened was...
I think you just
No.
basically were
Someone-
like, it's a trap, and then we're not gonna fuck with it right now.
Someone
Oh.
attempted to investigate it and did not roll very well on their investigation, and then decided it was possible it was trapped.
This whole fucking time is not even trapped. Jesus Christ.
Well,
Go
I
ahead
get-
for a raw pick of the
I
lock.
take it then.
So, any luck? It's gonna like jam Mr. Pokey in the lock.
Congratulations, you turned Mr. Pokey into a hammer.
No, I'm kidding. I take out. So I have woodworking kit. I'm gonna take.
He's
out
gonna
a
carve a key Rod
I'm gonna-
Swanson style.
I'm gonna hammer a chisel into the lock to try to like bust it open.
do you want me to try and actually pick it before you do that?
Yeah, maybe try and pick it first.
I suppose. Let the barbarian pick the lock.
I also have sleight of hand. I just don't have a kit.
Yeah, Jeff will step back and let the car try to pick the lock.
Okay. As you step back, the car makes his way up and begins fiddling with the lock. This is a pretty complex lock as you first start kind of feeling through the tumblers. There are quite a few. You would expect a lock like this probably in like a noble mansion, which this probably was at some point. This is the sort of thing where this is a higher end lock, or was at a certain point in time.
Before we jump out the
Um,
window.
And you immediately become aware of the fact that these can be quite difficult. In fact, a lot of them can be rather intricate, and some of the designs you've worked with previously are very similar to this one, but not identical at all. It is quite unique to other locks you may have worked with. Give me 1 second. And as you begin working through it, you lock a couple tumblers into place, and as such, you kind of adjust your shiv to just hold those back. And immediately as you do this, you feel a strike in your hand
Oh no.
as a needle jabs out from the actual lock itself and sticks you. And as it does, you're kind of shocked for a second. Like, did that just fucking happen? Like, it's difficult to determine whether or not you broke the lock or if that was intentional in the design. However, as this happens, you take
400 damage. Holy shit.
21 poison damage. As soon as you realize it, you begin to feel the poison moving through your veins, and as it happens, you become completely paralyzed and catatonic, just slumping over and falling back in the grass, frozen in place.
Punch some life into him.
Jeff heals him for 5.
Okay. Dakar regains 5 hit points, but still remains paralyzed.
I have nothing that's gonna counteract poison. I can give him hit points.
For a couple more levels.
I put a new symbol on here for paralyzed. It's here somewhere.
Jeff will drag him away from the chest. Just in case.
All right. And you drag him away from the chest, and he still sort of remains paralyzed.
Looks like we're camping here until he nails his con throw. Alright, Braggy has an idea. Completely ignoring the fact that one of my teammates is now incapacitated, I'm going to borrow... Hey, Jeff, could I borrow that chisel real quick, please? Thanks. Alright, I'm going to tip the chest so that the lock is facing the ground. Excuse me. Using the chisel and a hammer in one corner and my dagger in the other corner of the rear of the chest, like where the hinges would be. I'm going to start wedging them into the cracks to try and pop the hinges off from the rear so we can open it up from the backside without even having to worry about this fucking lock anymore.
Okay. I would say make a strength check with disadvantage, since you're kind of jury-rigging your crowbar here.
Oh, come on, big money. Let's have some dice tonight.
1 second.
I'm gonna bardically inspire myself. I'm not gonna do that just for a chest.
Your maneuver, actually, you get it down quite well. However, it's not enough to actually buckle the hinges or the integrity of those hinges. And you find that these things are actually quite sturdy.
Are either of the pieces in far enough where they will stay without, like, they'll just stay there, like, stuck in the chest without me holding them?
Essentially, what you're doing is as you initially did it was you kind of dug into the wood itself and then just kind of twisted, hoping you'd tear enough of a chunk out of the wood to be able to actually ply against the other piece of wood.
Exactly.
The lid, essentially.
So
as that happened, though. Go ahead.
Okay. As that happened, they pop back out. So never mind. My plan wasn't going to work.
Right. Yeah. You just kind of like carve out little drill holes in the wood, essentially.
So essentially, my plan was to get wedges in each corner and then smash the middle with something really hard, which would cause, structural integrity issues and pop those hinges open. But if I can't get those in, then it's not going to work.
And it did take some damage from the fall. It's just this particular thing is really fucking sturdy. The wood is quality. It's built sturdy. It's possible if you're able to do more damage to it, it might open, or you might be able to actually destroy it altogether.
Okay,
Essentially.
Jeff's gonna pick it up, bring it back upstairs, and throw it out the window again.
I was gonna say, can I get like momentum when like moving it with my like psi powers, you think we're like
You can move
moving
it
it
30
from here 30 feet
Throw
into the air has to get like
Yeah.
some momentum upward, right?
Yeah, if you're actually, can you actually throw it, or can you just
You
move
can
it?
move
Is
it
my
30
question.
feet and drop
Well, I
it.
can move it, but I feel like that should get some momentum upwards, right?
I think there actually is a throw, or like a telekinetic throw of some kind, that
Yeah,
would
he didn't
actually
really
allow
list
that.
his psionic
It would have a separate roll.
powers
They
Yeah.
should be.
beyond, like,
He's
psionic
got
power
telekinetic
alone.
movement, psionic strike, and protective field, or what he has listed.
And that's really all he has access to at this
Yeah.
level.
I mean, even still, like, fuck it, I'll burn another dice. I'll move the thing up and
Wait,
Okay.
drop it to 30 feet.
how tall is that tree that Dakar's next to right now?
Go ahead and make a
Percepti.
Yeah, you could do perception, I suppose.
How did Dakar die? Oh, well, he got paralyzed, then he dropped a chest on his head on accident.
It's not as tall as the house, and you know the house
okay.
is about 35 feet. So
Well, that's not gonna
Well, I
work.
was gonna
I was gonna
say
suggest
to
we
add-
put Tig in the top of the tree and then lift the chest up, because then it would be,
No,
you
she can
know.
only move it 30 feet from where she picks it up. So what Jeff's
Ah.
gonna do is pick up the chest, carry it up to the top of the porch here, and then have Tig pick it up to add that extra
10 feet.
20 feet or whatever.
okay,
So he's gonna carry it up.
Make sure you drop it right next to Dakar.
I have no
needs to
idea
be
what
with-
I'm doing.
needs to be within 30 feet of her.
Okay, and she's, I mean, that's
Right here.
right
Yeah.
too. So I'm probably 20 feet above.
You're
30
you're
feet.
on top of the veranda.
Yeah, I went up top.
All right, so there is no actual top to the veranda.
Well, this is just a patio. No, I just like walked up on the deck here.
Oh yeah, that's probably only about 2 feet above
Yeah.
the ground.
2.
2 feet's
Yeah.
2 feet.
So it was stairs down from up here.
No,
Okay.
you were looking down onto the veranda from above.
From the third
I
floor.
thought this was like a deck, like you could like step out on here.
No, 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 no. This is below. This is on the ground level.
Okay.
So that's what you were seeing out the window, was just it below. I
Well,
can't
Jeff will,
can't do
Jeff
depth perception stuff on the maps, Tanner.
No, that's fair. That was fully my my miss.
No, that's okay. I can see how it happened though.
Yeah. So I guess just let her pick it up from where it is.
Okay.
It's like this roof over here, slightly shorter than the roof on this side.
Yeah, that one is actually only about 20 feet up. 15
Okay,
to
okay.
20, give or take.
While we're wasting stuff and really overthinking the whole process, can I mean, I would be capable, because that's, about 10 feet to the roof plus 20 feet up. Can I move the chest to the top of this roof and set it down gingerly?
I mean, I would think you should be able to do that. Yeah.
I was
Okay.
gonna say between well, the cars
Between-
out.
Yeah, but still, between you and me, we could probably get the chest up on the roof.
Yeah, Jeff's gonna climb up on the roof.
I'll just tie a rope
Okay.
around it and hand you the rope, and you can pull that
Yeah,
bitch up.
and then he'll pull it up so that
Okay.
you can use your movement to.
All right. Okay. Hang on. Now I'm gonna fix this up again. Because this actually.
Whole like playthrough
Bless you.
here. Jeff brings it up to that roof. I go up to the second floor, lift an additional 30, and we drop it the full 50 down to the ground. Then.
That's how we're aiming for it. And that's why I was gonna bring it up on. I thought this was like a deck that was 20 feet in the air, so I was gonna bring it up there and like hold it off the edge, so then you could like reach up and lift it higher.
Wait, I have an idea. Are there any
Okay.
semi-large to large stones anywhere in the yard?
If we constructed this large wooden badger,
I just want to put a big.
Basically, what this is becoming.
That's what we need. We need that statue right in the front of the door. We need to bring that over, set it on the ground, and then drop the chest on top of it.
We're all
All right.
completely focused on this, and like, meanwhile, the barbarian is just paralyzed on the fucking ground.
At this point, you can see like drool accumulating at the side of his mouth as he's just completely catatonic.
I can't move my dude. What the hell?
You're moving him. I can see him moving.
But it's like I got revert. There we go. Okay.
All right.
I
So
kicked
now you
him
should
for-
be able to see the roof of the building.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I mean, Jeff climbs up, brings the chest with him. Tig will lift an additional 30 feet to drop 50 down to the ground.
Okay. Jeff, give me a quick athletics check. This is a really sturdy chest.
You should have just let us break it on the first try, man. We could have been off
Okay.
by now.
You know, for an old man, Jeff is pretty fucking spry. Literally just kind of like hoists this thing up onto his shoulder and holds it like that guy in the Energizer battery commercials who looked like something out of Mad Max, who used to walk into elevators and be like, Energizer, blah, blah, blah. And people would be like, oh my God, what the fuck? Why are you here? Like, you guys are, okay.
So what
Picture
you're
him as,
saying is that people
Bunny.
look at Jeff like, oh my God, what the fuck, why are you here?
No, he literally just hoisted it on his shoulder like that guy. And then he just climbs up the side of a fucking building.
I picture him as Master Roshi from Dragon Ball, where
Me
he's
too.
like
Yeah, I
super
can see
scrawny
that.
most of the times when he needs to. He just like fucking buffs up and
Yeah.
without the perviness.
I was just
I
gonna
can
say
see
the rest
that.
of the time he's looking at nudie mags.
Right. So, yeah, you're able to lift it up there, and then Tig, as you make your way up, the two of you stand up there, and you're gonna burn another psionic dice, right?
Yeah, I already moved one down.
All right.
Jesus.
It's a good use of that.
As it drops, finally, the trunk just explodes as it shatters open.
And it was filled with glass vials. Fuck.
Full of poisons.
Poison vials that are now all mixed together. Let's drink them.
It's mustard gas. There are vials of bleach and ammonia.
It would have been fine alone, but now we're dead.
But now mixed.
But no, we're dead.
I guess climb down and look at what our labor has
Yeah.
brought.
What are our spoils?
Oh, like 2 hours of work.
Got us some old bed sheets. It was just a linen
Find
chest.
dirty clothes.
And actually, I will
Wet
say that
towel.
as this whole epic saga draws to an end, Dakar, you do finally emerge from your poisoned state. Sort of like, what the hell happened? You feel a little groggy, got kind of a hangover sort of feeling.
Jeff's gonna pat him on the back and say, "You did it. Good job."
Come, Dakar, we've opened the chest.
No, the car opened the chest.
we should let Dakar explore it to see what was in it.
Jeff, go ahead and make a deception check for Jeff.
What's going on?
And then Dakar, equally, you can make an insight check if you like.
Alright.
Jeff is just
I shall sing a song of the epic struggle to open the chest.
Yeah, Dakar, you kind of feel like maybe he's pulling your leg a little bit here. As such, there as you look about, there appears to be what once was a bag of gold just splayed about all over the ground.
Ooh, a
Bearing.
shiny.
It's gonna take somebody some time to actually gather all that up and tally it.
Well, I'm playing Corey's character, so he's going to take the time to tabulate all of it and potentially
That's
melt it
fair.
down to a small statue that he can keep on his person.
I think that is actually perfect. You really nailed it. It's almost as if he was here right now. Additionally, I need to find it. I forgot it was here. till I read through this thing, and I forgot to create a thing for the thing. What you do find is a small lock, like a padlock, almost. And then there is, most notably, a black velvet bag, if you will. It appears to have something heavy in it.
I mean, pocket that for now and leave that for someone to explore. I don't know. Hand it to Jeff. This looks important.
Jeff will hand it to Broggy.
Okay. Bragi will gladly
Like,
accept
here,
it.
I found a gift for you.
Ooh, what is it?
Unwrap it.
Well,
Open it and find out.
Bragi's gonna step over here
He stepped away.
and turn his back to everybody so they can't see what it is, and very slowly unwrap
Okay.
it. So that only I know.
Okay. I can. Okay, hang on.
It blows up.
That's the thing. It's like I don't. If it was my character, I'd totally look. But like, I don't want to be like, oh yeah, now you're possessed by like
No,
some
it-
ancient spirit.
It's totally a cursed item. It definitely is. Like, there's something bad about this.
I mean, maybe, but yeah, I don't want to be like, hey Corey, your character now wants to murder the entire party. Good luck.
This is the room that the guy warned us was like the most danger. Like there's something very
Ooh.
malicious in this room, and we didn't fight anything. So whatever it was in that chest. So
Why would we spend so much time opening the fucking chest then?
What is the? It's like /GM to
Because-
type just to you, right, Nick?
/W, and then you have to type my name.
Okay.
And in fact, I'm just gonna write something else to you real quick.
Okay.
he basically told us there's something like really dangerous, but also very rewarding in that room. So like he told us there's like an item of like great power, but also very dangerous. So yeah, cursed item, most likely.
Yeah, I'm fine cursing a character that like is mine, but you know, I already fucked Tig over with 40 years of age, so.
I mean, you basically got my character in Curse of Strahd sorta killed. Because you were controlling my character the day he didn't get in the wagon with you guys.
Well, yeah, but I feel like I
And
played that
also,
right.
Also used my daylight spell in that, so I didn't have it in the Strahd fight.
True, but that's the only reason that you and Corey didn't die in the woods was because of that daylight spell.
That's probably how I would have acted, but I can still blame it on you because I wasn't there.
Yeah, that was the thing. Is like I think if you had the decision to get into the carriage with me and Ryan or to stay on the side of the road with Corey, I feel like you would have gone with Corey because like
yeah,
Nolan and Ryan are two fuckheads. Like
I can blame it on you because I wasn't there. But yeah, I would have stuck with Corey.
But look who's the stupid person now, right? We're all out of Strahd and in some other horrible domain.
Nothing in that cloth but some soiled women's underwear. I will dispose of them at my next convenience.
He's sniffing them. He's sniffing them.
All of you can roll insight if you like.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can I do an insight? Because I'm pretty sure that's a lie. Or not.
Nailed it.
So wait, I got a +6, and I rolled the lowest. Fucking dice.
Where's Dakara's old roll?
All right.
You're pitch
You know.
black dice.
You're all just kind of like, oh, well, whatever.
Well, the car's got an 18. The car and Pig.
Yeah, what?
Yep.
18 didn't see
high.
through his
Yeah.
deceit.
Did you not
what
see his roll, or
deceit?
am I the only one who saw his roll?
You're the only one
Yeah,
who
I
saw
think
my
you,
roll.
I think the GM.
Oh,
did.
okay. I'm sorry.
That's fair.
Oh, he
No,
must
and that's
have
how it
rolled.
should be. I mean, that's fair.
Mhm.
When we don't
That's
know,
fair.
like, yeah, it's all good.
All right.
It's
Yeah, I'm sorry.
there
I
was some
didn't.
women
notice
underwear
that.
in that chest.
No, that actually does make sense to have deceit rolls among the party actually go to the GM only.
Yeah.
No, it
All
does make sense. Yeah.
I like that rule. We're gonna go with it from now on.
Nice.
All right.
Yeah, because we're pretty sure he's lying, but like our characters don't know.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes, your characters totally believe that I have women's underwear rolled up in a cloth in my pouch.
I'm
Which is
I'm
completely
convinced
fitting
that
for
he's
his
not
character.
actually going to dispose of them, and he's just going to simply be sniffing them the rest of his journey.
right? They'd be like, yeah, that tracks. We'll move on, I guess. Yeah, let's. So, did we pass through back here before? I don't think we made it this far around the house.
I also don't think we were back here at all. Unless this is where we fought the dogs. This might be where we fought the dogs.
I thought it was the other side of the house, the right side of the house. Not the down.
We found the wine cellar.
This is where you fought the dogs.
Is it?
Yeah.
Did we enter this cellar?
No.
Okay. Froggy, how about you pick that lock?
I don't have lockpicks. I reach out and try and open it though. Can I just open it?
The car can pick the lock.
Yeah. You reach out and thum, 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 thum. It won't open. There also don't appear to be any visible keyholes on this. It simply appears as though it may be barred from the other side.
I think it's gonna take her hand axe to start chopping through the doors.
3 hours
Say,
later.
Thank God I've got it right at this page. All right.
Jeff
Go
has
ahead.
a wood carving kit. He's gonna pull out his wood saw and just slide through the cracks and just saw up or down.
Okay.
Literally saw through the cracks.
So Tig basically reaches for her hammer and just gets ready to just fucking rage on this thing, and Jeff just kind of calmly reaches into his backpack and pulls out a small coping saw and just and after about 5 minutes you just hear a thudum boom 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 on the other side, and Jeff then reaches out. Voila.
Tig is still gonna hit the door as soon as I hear that thumping with the hammer.
Okay. Jeff, you reach to open the door, and immediately as you almost make contact, the hammer just drops down on the thing really hard, and you stop and you look over at her like,
I was gonna say, good job. Yeah, I think you did it.
You got her.
You didn't check if it was a mimic first.
that
Jeff-
actually makes a lot of
Jeff
sense.
That's kind of fair. Yeah.
You open the
Jeff,
cellar.
Jeff is very open to giving other people credit, so he's like, "Oh, look, looks like you opened it. That's that hit did the job. Thank you."
Tig accepts the credit and gains a point of inspiration.
Group effort.
Easy.
Team effort.
Easy. Let's see here. Hang on 1 second. I will.
I've all never gotten inspiration in one campaign, and then we abruptly ended that campaign.
So I mean, like, I like the inspiration method, but it was kind of it was kind of hippy dippy the way we were doing it.
I also don't really know what its benefit really is at the end of the day. Like,
One inspiration die is just like you can add a die to a roll.
yeah, but it's just like that's it's permanent until you use it. So
But that's the thing is you can just.
No, you had to use it that day. Was
Oh,
the
in
thing?
that session.
Yeah. Or the session after when it was awarded to you.
It was used
essentially.
very well if you ever, which I was gonna tell Rihanna to follow this. Dungeons and Daddies.
I've
It's
heard
a
you
really
mention
funny Dungeon and Dragons RP or a podcast. Where they're
Sorry, real quick. I assume you guys are going in.
Yes.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
but it's a group of dads that like bring their various children to a soccer practice and they get sucked into a Dungeons and Dragons world, and the DM gives inspiration for bad dad jokes, basically.
No shit, I'd
see,
be a
that's
fucking
nice.
god
It's-
in that world.
But it's also psychic damage to the other players.
Oh shit.
Oh, okay.
Like
That's
if it's
fair.
a bad dad joke, you take psychic damage.
That actually encapsulates the dad joke perfectly
Right?
Yeah.
in D&D context.
Speaking of dad jokes, you guys want to hear one real quick?
Yes.
So, what time do most men make their dentist appointment? What time of day do most men make their dentist appointments for?
I mean, I feel like there's a joke answer here, but
I know
2:30?
this one.
2:30. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I was expecting like a legitimate joke answer.
No.
All right, I've got a good one for you. All right. So the other day, my boss pulls up to work in a Lamborghini. And as he gets out, I say, "Wow, man, that is a really nice car." He says, "You know what? With hard work, dedication, you put the hours in, you strive for excellence. I'll get another one next year." All right.
Listening
So
I was watching Top Gear, and they just had two famous drummers on that I don't actually know. One was from the drummer for the Police. The other one was for like
Stuart Copeland.
yeah, I don't remember who the other drummer was, but they're old guys. And either way, they were basically like telling a bunch of guitarist jokes because they're like, drummers are always the joke of every fucking band because nobody respects them. So they started telling all these guitarist jokes. It's like, what do you throw to a drowning guitarist? His
I
amp.
don't know what.
His amp.
That's pretty good. Fuck. What was the Stones drummer's name again? Charlie Watts. Thank you. So there's this show at one point. They were rehearsing for it. They were at some hotel. Charlie was sleeping off a bender or something like that, and Mick Jagger is just pissed. It's like noon. They go on at 7. He wants to get the rehearsal in, so he keeps calling up the fucking hotel and saying, "You get my drummer out here now. You get my fucking drummer out here." Finally, the hotel gets a response from Charlie, and as they get back on the phone with Mick, they say, he won't do anything until you come here and talk to him. And so Mick's like, fine. So he gets a car, gets himself driven over to the hotel. He walks into Charlie's room, and Charlie punches him right in the fucking nose. And he says, "You're my singer. I'm not your fucking drummer."
Damn.
Yeah, dude. Great story.
That's a good
So-
story.
But is this like firewood for anyone, or
There's a lot of blood on the floor. We might want to be careful.
that's fair. That's pretty fresh-looking blood too.
Sorry, but like every drummer in a band has always been like the odd man out when you see a picture of a band. Like the drummer's always like, how did he fall into this group?
I mean, with the exception
I don't
of
know
Phil
if anyone
Collins.
else feels that way,
Yeah, it's.
but I feel like in most bands, like you see the drummer and you're like, what?
I feel like Phil
Living
Collins
with
is
that.
literally the only drummer to have ever gone on and like left a band to become more famous than the band he was in.
What about
fair.
Tommy Lee, Motley Crue?
Oh, man.
Yeah, but like I guess I mean like Phil Collins left and became like more famous as like a single artist, whereas like
Off of
Tommy
drumming.
Lee became more famous because he was just such a piece of shit.
Technically,
Oh.
I mean, I would go as far as to say pretty much everybody in Motley Crue, Vince Neil, Mick Mars, those guys are all ugly creeps, and Tommy Lee was actually the only good-looking one in the group. So technically, he was still the odd man out for all intents and purposes. All
I
right?
think it was like a lot of bands. They're like a lot of metal bands where like the whole band like fits the metal genre, and then like their drummers in like a fucking collar shirt and looks like he's got a day job at Best Buy. Like,
I want to see that for Guar. Their next drummer just comes out in like khakis and a button-up, and everyone else is dressed like an alien monster.
Dude, it was like 10 years ago they were in town. Maybe 15 years ago. They were coming to town, and I was like, I told Rick, the guy who used to be the bouncer at the bar before I was, and I said, "Rick, Guar's coming to town. It's only $18." And Rick goes, "I love Guar, but I'm still not paying $18 to be ejaculated on." Because they've always
Oh,
got
that's
that
fair.
big dick stage prop, you know.
Uh-huh.
I've heard that story
So-
so many times, but the fucking response is always great.
If you ever met Rick, and most of you guys probably didn't, but like he was so that guy. He was like, he spoke with this really raspy voice. He was always working on his car. He fucking he had emphysema and he smoked 3 packs of Marlboros a day. He had fucking diabetes and he ate SpaghettiOs with Vienna sausages, just a can of Vienna sausages just dumped in there. He fucking lived on B Block, right down in Mound there, Belmont.
Mm-hmm.
And he literally he drove this old he drove this old 76 Pontiac Le Mans. It was like puke green. And he fucking, and right in the middle of the ghetto, he'd park it right in front of his house. He'd leave all his windows down and all his fucking tools in his car because everybody knew that was Rick's fucking car. And if you
Don't fuck
fucking
with
took
that.
anything from there, you would die. Like, so anyway, I'm sorry, Broggy, your investigation. You get a bit distracted as you look around here. That mannequin right here.
Does it
It's
have?
not wearing a dress,
Does it have?
and
boobs?
it's got boobies.
It's got boobs.
And so you kind of become a bit distracted. And Tig, as you poke your head in, you just sort of see Broggy just blankly staring at the mannequin in front of him.
Yeah, fuck that. I saw this Doctor Who episode. I am not fucking with the mannequin.
Don't blink. Don't blink. Whatever you do.
I guess I'll toss my investigation roll into this one,
Sure.
since that's actually something that Tig is good at.
Or not.
Tig, as you begin investigating this area, and this would be something Tig would know, but actually Nolan would not, but I would actually expect the rest of you as players to know. This is the room where you found a couple items. In fact, this is the cellar, which you have all been through already.
Oh. Yeah,
Oh,
now
there's
that you
that.
mention it, I do remember seeing like a ladder or something leading out that we just completely ignored and went somewhere else.
Oh, this is the. Yeah, okay.
Well, that's
Guys,
So
it looks like-
here, over where Jeff's going is where we haven't explored yet.
It looks like a group of assholes have already been through here.
So this trap door is the one that we discovered, but I don't think we ever went down there.
aha.
And we were told it was a way out of the house, I believe.
Well, let's open it up and check it out.
I don't know. It's been a month.
There might be murderous kitties down there.
The problem with the combination of like every other week and drinking when I play these, that, like,
What
those
happened?
memories are 90% gone.
One of
Hey,
those
dude.
problems you can control.
The
Hey,
other 2
dude,
weeks,
Yeah, we
trust me on this. Okay, fine. But all that crap aside, you don't have to wake up the next morning and try and remember every detail of what
I write
happened
it
and been like,
down. And I
yeah,
appreciate you
all
write
right.
it down.
I mean,
And
you just
do
have to be
read
more
through them.
charismatic to convince the players of something that didn't happen.
yeah, it's like, no, this happened, and you just got to be like, no, it didn't.
All right,
I don't know.
Braggy's gonna
You're
grab
on
the
the trap
handle
door.
and try and lift up the trapdoor.
Okay, and it just opens right up, and you stare down into blackness, but see the top of a ladder.
That's a well-oiled
Jeff's gonna
hinge.
drop a torch down.
I think I did. I set up a backstage with this, with your torches lying about somewhere. Was it a
Jeff
lantern
has
or a
so
torch?
A torch.
Okay. I don't have a torch
I
ready.
actually planned for this for Jeff to have all kinds of lighting shit. So a torch I think is 20 by 15. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's 2020.
I think they're usually the same.
Yeah, it's usually.
Yeah, but a
20,
torch was
30.
less than like everything else. Lamp. Did I not do a torch? I did a lamp, I did a lantern, but I didn't do a torch.
Well, they're less common than everything else.
Well,
torch
mainly,
is
yeah,
2040, so 20 and 20.
You better be in. Give me 1 second. We'll have that.
Yeah, because I did a lamp and
if you go into the
lantern, and a lamp
information,
is only 15-foot radius.
if you go into the compendium and just type in torch, you can drag and drop it
I'll
into your
pop
character
it up.
sheet.
What?
Your actual inventory.
All right.
I never have any luck with that stuff. Like, it never seems to want to work for me.
If you like, it's stuff that needs to be in the player's handbook. Anything outside of that is like considered you
I
have to go
also have
buy
my
it.
character sheet on a separate monitor, so I have to like bring it
Oh,
back to
yeah,
that monitor to do it.
As you toss the torch down, you can actually see that it hits the floor probably what looks like about 40 feet down. At which point the ladder seems to safely be footed upon, sort of like a cave floor.
Okay. Yeah, then peering down, do I see any like movement in the shadows of the torch or
Go ahead and make a perception check.
signs of on life?
No, you don't see much movement at all.
Okay. Jeff's gonna hop down there.
Okay.
Fuck the ladder. Just hop.
Okay. Take this many damage. Oh, that's not bad.
9. Okay. I automatically negate 20 with slow fall.
Right, that's right. So you, yeah.
As a monk, it has to be over 20 for me to take anything.
Okay.
I was like excited to use it. It was one of those stupid things monks get that I was like excited to use.
Right. Yeah, I can see that.
'Cause you just
Climbing
get,
down?
like,
Climbing
automatic
down.
slow fall.
Barry reaches over, grabs the ladder, starts to climb down.
All right.
I
You
got
should-
left behind again. Where is this ladder?
It's right where Tig is. It's under that trapdoor. I'm just gonna move Broggy out of the way here, and slowly.
I'll
Car
climb.
climbs down. Gonna throw Tig right here. But he's now in the cave.
Oh shit, we're out here. I'm zoning out. Following Tig, let's explore the cave.
I don't know how this party normally operates. So, Pig has armor and can get punched in the face.
It's usually either Tig or Broggy that goes wandering off and makes horrible decisions.
That's
Well,
Eggs are relatively squishy,
Broggy
so-
makes horrible decision. Tig gets horrible rolls. So
Do we want to take our long rest here? Because I feel like everybody's kind of beat up, and I don't think we actually rested for our level. So I think we should actually take our long rest at the bottom of this ladder.
that's a smart idea.
Well,
Return
it's too
to
late. I'm
the-
already most of the way through the tunnel.
Yeah, come back and let's take our long rest.
Yeah.
God
Yup.
damn it.
Yup. Yup. Long rest.
Okay.
We've kind of just been shoving through this session, but yeah, I don't think we ever actually fully leveled.
All right. Kind of all gather around the torch once again, and proceed to kind of lay out whatever bedding you have, munch through whatever rations you have or food, tend to any wounds you have. As you all begin to kind of prepare for rest, do you want to set up a watch or no?
Did
Yeah,
we
Jeff will take first.
time?
Sorry, what was that, Nick?
Did we level last time?
We did. We leveled to level 4, but we didn't take the rest to get all of our benefits.
I'll take second watch.
I'll go third.
Okay.
Yeah, you never actually said like your ruling on it, but I was kind of going off of what we've done in the past, and that you get your like passive abilities, but you don't get your like active abilities when you level and don't rest.
Correct.
So technically, all
Yeah.
my slow fall shit might not have worked if you overruled that.
I mean, that would have been helpful information as you were doing that stuff, but I'm not
I
going to
just thought
retcon the
of it
fuck out of all of
now.
this. Yeah, that's convenient for you, isn't it?
Oops.
Well, I'm being honest about it at least, and not
Yeah,
telling
you could have been. It's not the
like,
fact that you're being honest. It's more about when you started being honest. All right.
Well, I just thought about that now when I was like,
It's
God, all
it's
of our
fine,
hit
dude.
points and stuff are still low, and I'm
Oh,
like,
by
oh
the
fuck
way.
yeah, we never asked which one
Yeah.
we leveled.
I might not have been able to do all that cool stuff I just did.
I should be dead.
Yeah, I guess for now, busting your balls is just gonna have to be your penance. So
Until the next roll.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
just kill me next session for it.
no, it's just you might use that ability at some point down the line and be like, "Oh, I'm sorry,
You
that
don't.
ability didn't work for you this time. Sorry, I didn't mention it sooner."
Take magic fall damage.
Yeah, it was all magic damage. Can't be negated. All right, so Jeff's first watch, Tig's second watch, Broggy's third watch, Dakar's fourth watch. Was that it?
Sure thing.
Okay. Okay. Jeff, as you kind of, slap yourself across the face a little bit, get ready to just keep an eye on both the ladder and the other end of the cave. Everybody else just kind of starts to drift off. Go ahead and make a general perception.
I'm actually gonna say Jeff's gonna spread his cantrips or caltrops across the entrance to the cave here, and he's gonna put his hunting trap right in front of the trap door up top,
Okay.
and then pay attention. So perception.
Okay. As you begin looking around, at first, kind of dull. This tunnel looks like it was crudely carved, maybe a long time ago. It's difficult to say.
Galaxy far away.
Yeah, exactly that. May have been something akin to like a priest's hole. Something where people who need to
Dirty.
escape. Yeah, kind of. People who need to had to escape the manor for some reason and needed to do so discreetly. It seems like it wasn't really like reinforced like a mine would be, but then again, the passage itself isn't all that big or wide. And so it's possible that whatever's on the other side just hasn't been accessed in a long time or whatever. But the cave itself seems quite quiet, and as your watch kind of goes on over the next 2 hours, the quiet is both comforting and then also kind of eerily disconcerting. However,
Realm, so.
right. And at that, your watch does come to an end.
Okay. Yeah, and then I'll wake up. Who is next?
Tig.
Tig.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me a check as well. All right. you start looking around. What the hell is that? Who drew that line? Did I draw that
I
line?
drew it. I drew
Oh,
it.
okay. All right.
That's the call traps that Jeff laid out.
Ah, okay. I was like,
So that there's
Alright.
3 call traps groups laid out across those
Perfect.
3 squares.
Tig, as you're kind of roused, you kind of start to stretch out, look around, and this place seems boring. Seems quiet. Probably for the best. As time starts to go on, you find yourself getting bored, but you're very good at keeping yourself on task and paying attention and not getting distracted. As your time goes on, it's kind of a long, grueling, boring 2 hours, but nothing tried to kill you. So the issue is moot. At which point you reach over and sort of rouse Bragi at this point. Bragi, as you wake up, I'm not going to make you roll a perception check because we're going to use your passive perception check in light of what you're doing.
Oh, Bragi is going to.
Do I notice him sniffing the women's panties?
Bragi's moving over into the corner and turning his back to the group.
Yeah. Make me a stealth check. Alright. Nolan, what's Tig's passive perception?
Yeah, it's like maybe it's a 9. So I can't even roll a fucking 20.
No, you're dreaming about gears and all that kind of stuff. As Bragi seems to be huddled in the corner. One quick thing. Bragi, you just kind of are preoccupied with your activity at this point. Slightly. Okay. Slightly distracted. Luckily, as you finish what you're doing, you realize it's probably time to wake somebody up. And thankfully, nothing has attempted to attack you guys
I walk
as
up
you
all
come
the
to
way
the
over,
realization.
give the kitty a little kick in the butt, and then return to my corner.
All right.
I'm gonna be honest, and I'm gonna stop following his stream because I just realized I could have cheated, but I wasn't smart enough before.
That's nice of you.
And I just saw his answer to you, but I didn't see the rest of it, so I'm gonna stop following him. So I
Okay.
Oh
don't-
shit! Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't
just
think
had
about
it
that.
open, but haven't looked at it in a bit.
That's not. That's
I
not
didn't look
super
at it
secret.
before, but when I saw that, I'm like, shit, I could have seen what's happening. That's why I looked before.
Jared, you should be able to find changes to that information now. That
Nice. Okay.
and as your watch ends, you kind of like look over your shoulder and like, oh shit, and you walk over and rouse Dakar at this point. Dakar, as you sit up, you kind of stretch out, kind of get ready for the final watch. Go ahead and give me a quick perception check. You kind of you have a hard time. You feel kind of dirty, having crawled through all this blood and ichor and death, and you kind of just start like bathing yourself, and you realize that as you're doing this, like, fuck, you are dirtier than you thought you were, and you're just you start kind of grooming and preening a little bit, and get a bit distracted over the next couple hours, and you start to get to a point kind of where you're like, oh yeah, I'm on watch. At which point you can see everybody's kind of starting to slowly wake up, and you kind of like But for all intents and purposes, the night passes without any issues. Everyone does gain the benefits of a long rest, and does you get all your level bonuses. Jeff, you can now legitimately jump down
The stuff I
stuff.
did.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like the ruling normally is we do allow that kind of stuff, but I had forgotten we hadn't leveled until I was saying we should take a rest, and I was like, fuck, I don't think we ever actually rested for that level.
Did we ever settle the amount of gold that I found from the chest?
Oh no. Sort of.
Did anybody actually take the time to look for that?
Well,
Yeah,
Or
Tig did.
gather it all up?
definitely-
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right. You did say that. Yes.
Yeah, Tig would have spent years
Yeah,
collecting
that's
gold.
right.
if need be.
Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Well,
I have to do a random
I mean, I gave you one, but I can roll another one.
I can look for it. Hang on.
Oh shit.
Here we go. The slow foul.
Jeff's gonna take the time to pick up his traps.
Right.
Well, everybody.
So Tig actually found 225 gold pieces
Damn.
with an additional 43 silver pieces as well.
What did I miss?
You're dead.
Good.
You got aged 700 years.
And you got AIDS.
And you got
You
AIDS.
got space AIDS.
No maids. GIV
maids.
positive.
Why is the leading letter changing?
Because it's human. That's the whole thing. You want feline immunovirus.
Okay, so I
Human.
was, yeah, you're going. I was going with like AIDS specifically. It's like I was trying to like figure out the AIDS acronym like pertaining to all type of species or whatever. So
No, it pertains specifically to the species. So, all right, you guys are all healed up.
Yay.
I don't know if you heard, Jeff's taking the time to pick up his
Oh yeah, that's
hunting
cool.
trap upstairs and his call traps down here.
Good deal. All right. And at this, you all rise and shine. Go ahead and use a ration, each of you.
Where are my rations? There they are.
I catch a rat in my my trap.
Hang on. I will tell you.
I don't think I'd want to eat a rat in a house of undead.
Unfortunately, the trap is clean.
That just sounds like a good way to get a disease.
Corey, are you actually playing?
Like 5 minutes. Not even.
Sounds like he's in
Sounds
his
like
car.
he's driving.
Like 5 minutes.
Yeah, just let me
He
know
says
about takeover.
So basically, don't get me killed for the next 5 minutes.
All right, let's do
No
something.
Yeah,
promises,
digging-
Corey.
It goes
No
digging into
promises.
the wall.
Yeah. All right, and the group slowly begins traversing their way down the cave. As you begin moving through here, you find that it actually begins to go at a steep angle at certain spots. This goes deeper and deeper.
Doesn't seem like an exit, and I feel like only half the party is moving.
It's also worth remembering that the house itself was on top of a rather tall cliff.
This could be headed down to like a sea gate or something.
Ah, we're all gonna get a hard drive at the end of this.
This is a windy ass cave. Holy shit.
Yeah, it is.
Why does that keep happening to me?
Get stuck on the wall.
No, like the roll20 keeps kicking me back to like the main loading screen.
Oh, that is weird.
I guess Tig will wait
Friday.
for the remainder of the party to move up.
I was
Friday night.
Fridays a night. That's what you said.
Bragi, as you step there,
Oh
I'm
shit.
just gonna move you back. Go ahead and make me a quick perception check.
Oh shit. Hold on. Sorry, my character sheet closed.
And the bard leading the way as always.
You said perception, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't play characters that typically lead, so this is playing a fighter that can lead is odd for me.
Bragi,
Well,
as you
Tig
kind
was
of
Deception, though.
as you walk towards that rather large stalactite in the center of the room, as you begin to walk past it, you notice something just right out of the corner of your eye, and you look over, and you see something for a split second, and you're like, And as you begin to step away, all of a sudden you see the stalactite itself open up, and a large red eye peers out at you.
I'm gonna beholder. That's
Nah, it's
something-
probably something like a roper.
It looks very
It's a
beholdery, but it's a roper.
And as the eye pops open and you're like, oh shit, all of a sudden the entirety of the stalactite itself pops open, and this giant maw of teeth, just rows upon rows going back, and suddenly tentacles shoot out of the stalactite as well. Just that is right, it's initiative time.
This is not good.
Nah, this is really bad because you need distance on a fucking roper.
Oh no. Wait, who rolled that?
Face out of it.
Jeff, not 20.
Oh, okay.
Alright, let's see here. I need my character sheet.
What? Why didn't it roll? I clicked him.
Hang on one sec.
Oh, I see what I did. God damn it. Well, I rolled a 24.
Alright,
Because
I'm seeing a
was on-
24. Is that your initiative?
Yeah, I just didn't. I was on like the measurement thing, so I was looking to see what my movement was. So when I clicked on him, it didn't actually select.
Okay.
That's what happened.
So I just need to add you and give you 24. Oh, why is the gibbering mouth around there?
A roper.
God
and
damn
a
it.
Green Mother. That sounds like a good fight.
You wish.
I do
Yeah,
not
I'll-
wish. I
I was
do
gonna say,
not
I'll
want.
take the gibbering mouther now instead of the roper.
That would be
Alright. Dakar, I need an initiative roll from you.
Yeah, sorry, my cursor was misbehaving for a second.
Oh, good.
Here it comes.
Yeah, sorry, I was moving you because I don't know if you were away from the monitor or what, but I moved you in.
Alright. Okay. First up on the docket is Jeff. Jeff,
Sorry. I'm
Fine.
assuming he just got home.
no, he's gonna
Oh,
die. He's gonna
almost
fucking
50.
die. He's the guy I'm going after. Jeff, it's very hard to mistake what the fuck just happened. This huge eruption of just limbs and just kind of thing just went out everywhere. As you kind of come around the corner with your lantern, you can see directly in front of Bragi a very large creature that appears to be made out of stone. All these crazy tendrils extending from it, and a rather large eye resting above a massive mouth.
Okay. Just going to use his innate ability to cast Hex upon the creepy creature.
Hex. I hex thee. Thou art hexed.
Is that. So I do a D6 extra necrotic damage to every hit.
Okay.
It lasts an hour on concentration.
Okay.
And I can move it between opponents if he dies.
Is the roper not enough?
Just saying, like that's how it works. That's why I picked it. That's what made it worth it.
Yeah, I mean, it'll transfer as a bonus action.
So that was a bonus action. So then attack action will be Mr. Pokey.
Okay.
Okay.
Not very good.
Unfortunately, an 8 will miss.
And then using mobile, I'll move away. So 35, 40, 45, 50.
Okay.
And like Justin.
All right. Is that your turn?
Yep.
Very good. Broggy, the move is now yours.
I know I've been thinking real hard. I got two possible choices here, and both of them kind of depend on how good my dice roll is. I'm gonna cast Thunder Wave and attempt to push him back. Cast at level 2. Bam.
Okay.
Oh, did it link it? It didn't link it. Hold on.
okay.
Might have.
I just need to know what your DC is. 14? Okay.
14, yeah.
Let's see, and he's got to make, what is it, a strength?
Con.
Con, oh. Oh my. Okay. Yeah, I net 20'd that. That roper ain't going nowhere.
So he takes half damage then.
Ooh, they put
Okay.
the dark mode on the character sheet too. Awesome.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's cool.
It looks slick. It looks slick.
Nick, I have a
Thank
quick
you,
question
Nolan.
for you before I end my thing here.
What's that?
I have a quick
Yeah,
question
fire
for
away. Yeah.
you.
Thank you
Oh.
for taking over, Nolan.
Yeah. So, for that, sorry everyone, just bear with me for just a moment here. I will, I'll give you a quick breakdown on that, Jared.
Okay.
So, apologies, that was the one thing I was missing. It would be an action on either of these. Essentially, the first one would be just as part of your attack action.
Yep.
It would just deal
It's-
the extra damage.
It's essentially
This-
the last one that I'm
Right.
looking at. Yeah.
So I meant to say that that's supposed to function in the same manner as the spell Misty Step.
Okay, so
So essentially, it'd be 2 bonus actions. So you could do, but essentially, I think you could actually, no, I would say you could use the other one as an action too in this case, right? Because you're using a bonus action to commit the first act, and then you could use your ensuing action afterwards to just straight up just poof.
okay, but having
Any
already
bonus action you should be able to do as an action. You
Okay.
opt for it.
having
Yeah,
already
having
already used my
having already
action,
attacked. Yeah.
nothing I can
So-
do, but I can incur an attack of opportunity and try and run away, or fucking just eat it.
It's always fun.
either way I'm getting hit. So
You might not be the one eating it either. It might eat
Yeah, I
you.
guess that was like a ranged tentacle.
Yeah.
So, yeah, or it'll just
fuck it, I'm gonna try and run. I'm gonna occur the attack of opportunity, but as I do, I'm gonna hurl an insult at him and do a cutting words, which is, hold on, also learn how to use 60 feet, use your reaction to expend one of our bardic, and the bardic inspiration was a D8 if I remember correctly.
Okay.
I just want to make sure before I roll, but I'm almost positive it was a D8. Nope, it's a D6.
Okay. D6.
It might go up next level.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh, bummer.
The dice have
Alright.
failed me tonight.
So we subtract that from his attack roll, yeah?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on to your butts.
This is gonna hurt.
He hits armor class 25.
Oh,
-1.
Yeah.
It's armor class
Yeah.
24.
Yeah, how that hits.
Holy balls.
And Braggy
Holy
is
balls.
dead.
Literally 23 piercing damage
I am at 0.
as it bites at you.
Your health, 23.
That's my health, 23.
Oh.
I'm out.
that,
I'm
you can see it
gonna
just-
hang on.
Are you close enough to intercede with your shield?
I sure can.
Don't you have to be within 5 feet?
Not with the psionic one. Oh, that's the wrong button. But same dice, same bonus. So 7 is the reduction.
Nice.
I have the ranged one
30. Okay.
now.
Okay.
So I do make it.
It just throws up the telekinetic shield.
I didn't mean to roll that second.
Alright, protective field. Alright. So, yeah. So yeah, I'm
It's
sorry.
just that-
Instead of a 7, you would be at a... Do they roll the same, or are there different modifiers?
They are the same roll, same modifiers. I just clicked
Alright,
the wrong one.
I'll give you
Oh,
the
we did
7,
take the
because you're
rat.
going to
I
need
think
it.
no one turned it.
Because I'm gonna.
You guys are going to fucking need it. I'll tell you that right now. Anything else you want to do with your move for Bragi?
I want to make sure I moved my correct distance away here. That's one more.
Alright.
No.
And so yeah, I'll mark it on that handout, but going forward, any one of those options would be an action.
Gotcha.
So, all right, Dakar, the move now goes to you.
Alright. I was gonna rage.
Yes.
I'd like to rage.
Fuck 'em up. Fuck 'em up.
Pouncy kitty.
Yeah.
Damn.
Nice.
Well, shit balls.
Fucking-
Both of those will hit.
Very much like
Go ahead and
rage.
give me your damage for each one.
Nice.
Question about this quick.
Mm-hmm.
Critical hit, is it doubling just the dice damage, or does it double the bonus damage too?
It doubles just the dice roll.
Okay.
Essentially what it'll do is it'll automatically calculate that. So if you click, for example, the Demon Claws attack that has that green 26, if you click in the chat there for the damage, it already factors it in there for you.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure that I had it programmed right, because it just has 1d6 for the crit, and I was just making sure I wasn't supposed to also have 1d6 plus the rage damage, right?
Math on that looks
No,
funny.
It should double all damage.
It would do that.
Yeah,
You should see,
so-
because it's got
It
6
should
plus
double
4
the
plus
bonus
2.
damage. Like,
Yeah, the
1d6
plus
plus
4
4
is this-
strength.
That's
Plus
his strength.
6. Yeah. So yeah, you're getting that plus 2 as part of it. So that's being doubled, I believe, because you get plus 1 damage for your rage attack, right?
I get +2 for the rage attack.
Yeah, okay. So you're getting the 1d6 plus 4, which is your primary attack. That's your strength. Then you're getting the 6 plus 4 for your strength as well. And then it's throwing the plus 2 on. Yeah, so 1d6 plus 4 plus 2. And then.
Okay, so
let's-
So did he only roll a 3?
Oh,
It didn't double it though.
it didn't. And I
Unless
think
he
the
only
thing is-
rolled it's showing a green, which means that he rolled a 6.
but
Yeah.
on the other one, he rolled a 1.
1d6 to the bonus.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
The rolls are weird sometimes.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. I feel
Okay,
like
so
that's
if you
a little
hover
low for
over
a
the
crit.
okay.
Yeah.
So
you have to
so what
hover
it did
over
was
each
it
one individually.
rolled 2d6 is what it did.
Mm-hmm.
And the other d6 only rolled okay.
As a
Yep.
player, I like I've been following a lot of different D&D streamers, and a common house rule that people use that's totally for the players, because it would suck as the monsters hitting us. But when
Yeah.
you crit, at least one of the rolls is max roll, and then you
So-
roll on top of that.
Okay,
But that
so
would
I wouldn't
suck to
go.
be hit with that.
Usually, what I do is, and I actually didn't do it on this campaign, mostly because we had a couple of newcomers. But usually, what I'll say is we can do one of two things. We can double your dice roll, which
Or
means you
double
can
the
roll 2
total.
dice at once. We can double the total, or you can do your max damage every time you crit. Basically, meaning that there's no rolling; you just do the max damage, right?
Yeah, I like the max plus a roll, but like all
Yeah, I'll bet
players
you do.
like to,
Yeah.
all players like the max.
Yeah. I like the max damage rule personally, and if that's something we want to discuss going forward from now on for the next session, we can definitely do that. And I would be
It
fine
is-
with either.
It's just frustrating sometimes when you do crit and you roll like double ones, and you're like, I could have done more damage on a normal hit. This sucks.
Yeah. You know, you would be amazed how many times that sort of thing has saved your asses against certain monsters too.
That's fair.
Yeah.
And that is the thing of it's always if you can do it, the monster can do
Yeah.
it. But that's also a very combative way to DM as well. Like, I'm trying to kill you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that. I'm definitely trying to menace you. I don't like to kill, but like, you know, if you make enough stupid moves in a row, or if you go up against something where you probably should have flight instead of fight, you know. But yeah,
Another thing I think is fair for any DM to add like modifiers to monsters depending on how stupid the move the players made.
Just think of Nick as a
If
genie.
You clearly could have ran. This was clearly going to kill you. So this monster now gets a +2 to every attack.
I don't know, man. I think playing stupid is kind of its own consequence some days.
Genies can't kill, but you'd be surprised what you can live through.
Yeah. Dakar. Sorry, I'm gonna get back to narrating this. Dakar, you just like get right up in this thing's face and just like right into it, and then you just swipe, and you can see the thing like recoil from your damage as your claws like you can feel them just like slicing right into the rock itself, and actually beneath that rocky layer making contact with something nice and pulpy underneath. Anything else you want to do with your move?
No, that's all.
Okay. The move now goes to the creature. You guys aren't gonna like this.
Tell the
First
creature
things
I
first.
said his mom was a bitch.
Alright, you're first. A tendril fires out from the roper. It just snaps out, reaches, and just extends out to Tig. Trying to grasp at your ankle, hitting armor class 13.
That'll miss.
All right. It then
This is
does the
far too
exact.
anime. I'm not okay with this.
No, it's not going to be that anime. Trust me. It then does the same thing.
No, ma.
Does the same thing to Jeff, hitting armor class 9.
That's a miss.
It then fires a tendril out at Bragi.
I'm way the fuck away. God.
Oh,
It
he's got a
has
long reach.
man.
As I see it coming, I hurl fucking cutting words at it, lowering its fucking shit by a fucking this much. Nice.
Oh, wait.
Okay. Yeah, hitting armor class 3. So
Uh,
I'm
yeah.
curious,
that
what
will
is
miss.
what does the tentacle count as?
Tent-
Is that like an extended melee weapon, or is that a ranged weapon
it's a melee weapon attack with a reach of 50 feet.
with a reach? Okay,
Jesus.
that makes-
So
50. It's
Yeah,
insane.
and I figured like reach is what it was, but
yeah, there's literally
depending on how
nothing
they
in this.
worded it, I could take advantage of that.
Right. There's nothing in this area it literally can't grab and reel in. As such, it's finally then going to bite at Dakar. Hitting armor class
3
18.
attacks and a bite. 3 range and a bite.
That hits.
All right.
Not
You're
sure
going
if the
to
tentacle
take 21 piercing damage, which should be able to be halved. So you will take 10 piercing damage as it just bites into your shoulder at this point. And that is its move. Going now to Tig.
Mm.
Mm.
Well, this guy won't do it all. Let's see. Where do I want to be? I don't want that. I'm just gonna get to there. Not the most strategic as far as advantage, but I am going to strike the
21 will hit.
and let's go ahead and throw a psionic strike on that.
Okay. Alright, as you strike it, you can see it just kind of recoils back. And just... Anything else you want to do with your move?
I love this music. Love
Yeah,
this
it's actually a really good music. I was
so
just thinking
hopeful.
the same thing. It's like it's very.
It's very
Yeah.
adventure-y.
Everybody kept ragging on it, and now it grows on you in the boss
No,
fight.
I liked it last time too. I will action surge actually.
Now we're
'cause-
cooking with gas.
Fucking, let's make it dead. Oh, that's no good.
A 6 will miss, unfortunately. Give me a dex save.
Gonna
So-
drop your hammer.
So good.
Okay. You're able to maintain your grip on your weapon. However, you do fall prone.
Okay. I will use the remainder of my movement to stand.
Okay. Alright.
And I guess that's all I got. Quick perception check. Are there any rocks in the vicinity that are not attached to the ground, like big boulders?
Like this one right
Hard to
here.
tell from the ground. You got like a cliff next to you. You got a big cat on the other side.
It's kind of difficult to tell. The terrain in this room is kind of all over the place. It's hard to say if it's an actual geographical feature to the ground or if it's a removable rock in certain areas. It's very you'd have to get closer to inspect certain areas to determine that.
Okay.
Alright. And at that, the move now goes to Jeff.
Jeff's gonna run down to here.
Okay.
He is going to flurry of blows. We're gonna start with Mr. Pokey. Advantage. So we can hit a Mr. Pokey.
All right. 23 will hit.
That. And since it's hexed, it's 1d6. Why is it got a +1 on there? That's not wrong. Or not right. It's the 2, not 6 + 1.
Okay.
Let me fix that quick.
All right.
1.
Yeah,
Oh,
for
it's
some reason
strength. I
it
accidentally
put
added
strength into
to
it.
That's my bad. Okay. Yeah, so it's just 2.
Okay.
Product. Exit attack.
What did you give it disadvantage on?
I have not assigned a disadvantage. Let's do Dex.
Okay.
I don't know what Broggy has for spells, but
All right.
I don't have much in the way of damage spells. Unless,
25 will hit.
unless we can get some metal. If we can get some metal stuck in him, I can do some damage to him.
Six bludgeoning plus one necrotic. I'm just rolling crap on that.
Sure.
Those sixes. And then one more unarmed for the flurry. 11s, nice.
Unfortunately, an 11 will miss.
Okay. So I move 35 to get here. Move to here for 50.
Okay.
And that's Jester.
All right. Move now goes to Bragi.
Right, he's gonna step forward. I'm going to healing word myself because I'm almost dead. Nice.
Very nice.
And then I am going to draw my throwing dagger, and hopefully next turn I'll stick him with it. That's it.
Okay.
I think you could use Vicious Mockery as a action because it's a cantrip, right?
Yeah, but I just cast.
A react.
I just
Yeah,
cast
no.
healing word.
You used. So Vicious Mockery is an action, but it's a cantrip. So the way it works is you can use a bonus action spell, and then you can still cast a
What?
cantrip.
What?
Bonus action.
No. From what?
That makes sense.
Oh, healing word is a bonus action. I get you.
Yeah. Yeah. So you can still use Vicious Mockery.
You're correct. I can. For all 1 damage.
Yeah. Doesn't. I mean, if it works, it gives him disadvantage on his next attack. So it's always a plus.
Yep.
Fucking A. Taylor Hawkins is dead.
Who's that?
Who's that?
The drummer from the Foo Fighters, ironically.
Oh.
Yeah, just talking about drummers? Jesus. You guys-
Drummers
right,
never
yeah.
die. What the fuck?
Yeah, drummers are the ones that like drug
immortal.
overdose and bounce back. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of examples here. Ringo, still kicking. Oh, okay. Apparently it just happened. So, but yeah,
Huh.
let's see. Ringo's still alive. What? Keith Moon? He's still alive, isn't he, or is he dead?
No, he's still kicking.
All right, well, that's good. I can't think of any dead drummers.
Yeah.
Little drummer boy.
I can think of a lot
Oh
of dead-
no, Vinnie Paul's dead.
Who's Vinnie Paul?
He was the drummer from Pantera.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Most of the people I can think of is either vocalists or guitarists, so...
All right.
What's it?
So Vicious Mockery, what do we got here?
He's got to make a wisdom save. It says DC 13, but my DC is 14, so I don't know if that
Oh, nice.
needs to be updated or something. But he makes a wisdom save, or he takes
It says
1
DC
damage.
14 on mine.
He saves.
Well, fuck.
He saves.
Above your thing it says DC 14.
Was that
Right.
kind of save?
Yeah.
It was wisdom.
Anything else you want to do with your turn?
I
Yeah,
should have
it
made
was
wisdom. I almost made
Right.
a wisdom for disadvantage, but Dex or wisdom were my.
All right. The move now goes to Dakar.
Attack again.
I can switch that bonus action, can't I? I think I can.
Unfortunately, neither an 11 nor a 17 will hit.
Damn.
Or a 9, I assume.
No, it will not. I'm sorry.
It's rough.
That's my
Yeah. I should have moved to an advantage point, but I was trying to keep in range to keep you protected too, so...
Oh, yeah.
Anything else you want to do with your move, Nick?
No, that's all.
All right. Now for the fun. First things first, it's gonna slap a tendril towards Bragi again. Hitting armor class 23.
But
Mm.
Hold on. I'm gonna bardically. I'm gonna cutting words its ass. Come on, big roll. Actually, I don't think it even matters, but
At 23. No, I don't think it does.
So it hits armor class
yeah, it doesn't matter.
18.
It still hits me.
All right.
Yeah.
Literally as you kind of throw out your cutting words, you can feel this thing wrap its tendril like around your arm and up your shoulder, and it's weird because as soon as you feel it wrap around your arm, you can feel these little hairs from within the tendril itself just start piercing your skin, and this weird sort of numbness as if you just slept on your arm go through it almost immediately.
Do your best Japanese anime girl scream.
Ah! Tamahome.
But for all intents and purposes, you are grappled. Let me find a good... We'll call this grappled. You're grappled. It's going to throw one at Jeff as well. Hitting armor class 18.
That's exactly a hit.
Swoop. It wraps around your midsection. You can feel, once again, these like thick bristly hairs starting to pierce your clothing and skin, and you can feel this
Is it
numbing
an
sensation.
automatic grapple if it hits?
It is.
There's no contested.
It doesn't do damage, though.
It doesn't do
Grapple-
damage is the
But
thing.
grapple should be contested though. Like, if
You
I
can
roll
contest
grapple
it to
something,
break
it's
free of it, essentially.
Yeah. But it's
So-
contested, like, if a player chooses to grapple something, it's a contested
Yeah,
roll.
they have to. Well, they rolled a hit.
No. So
No,
if a
they
player
roll to
wants
hit
to,
to grapple.
if a player wants to grapple you, they roll to hit you, and if they hit you, you are essentially
it-
grappled. If you want
No,
to break
if you
free,
look-
you
If
contest
you
them.
look at it, if you look at it for a grapple, it is a contested roll.
Let's see.
Yeah, once you go to break free, it's a
No,
contested.
not to break free. Like, literally to hit. You roll it as an attack, but it's a contested. I swear to God, I might be wrong.
Yeah, but this is also a monster with
No,
its own
that's
unique
fine.
thing,
And monsters
so-
have whatever they want, and that's fair.
Hang on. I'll
But I
get to
swear
it.
that's how it is worded.
Actually, let me. So, I know how to do this quickly.
grapple.
But no, that's fair. He's got me grappled.
Yeah, I believe.
I'm not
'cause it's-
trying to. I'm not trying to like derail
No, it's
stuff by
okay.
arguing. I just thought that's how it
On-
was worded for grapple.
On the Roper's description for his specific
And
thing
that-
is he rolls an attack. If he hits, the player is grappled.
That's fair. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's monster mechanics, and that's always different
Right.
than player mechanics.
It's that. It's just gonna go ahead and bite at Tig because Tig is the one who did the most damage to it.
Am I?
Hitting armor class 10.
I think Takar did more damage than me, but that's fine. It misses.
And then finally, what it does is. A moment, please. It reels Bragi and Jeff 25 feet towards it. So 5, 10, 15, 20. 5, 10, 15. So everybody is reeled in. At this point, it is now Tig's turn.
Do I get advantage with him being there? Even
Uh,
if he's grappled?
No. No, I would say not, especially since he's grappled.
Yeah. I'm going to Warhammer him. 23.
23 will hit.
Oof. 5
Alright.
bludgeoning damage. Let's go ahead and psionic strike that again.
Yeah. So for a
go.
player, a grapple is a athletics check, competed by an athletics check from the target for player to player.
Right.
For
Or in
a
most
player
cases, a
using
strength.
creature.
Yeah.
Yeah, strength or athletics, depending.
Alright, anything else you want to do with Tig's move?
I that is unfortunately all. Dude.
All right. Jeff, it's on you. You've got this tendril wrapped around you, and these weird cilia-like hairs piercing your flesh.
So, try
Is
to break free.
he able to attack while grappled?
Looks like it just
Yeah,
affects
it just
speed.
says it just stops you from moving.
Yeah.
Let me take it.
Proceed,
Let me read up his entry.
Grappled condition. See grappled. Escaping.
Speed becomes 0, and you can't benefit from any bonus to your speed.
The target is grappled. Until the grapple ends, the target is restrained. And the roper can't. The target is restrained and has disadvantage on strength checks. I shouldn't be reading this to you. And strength saving throws. And the roper can't use the same tendril on another target. So, essentially, in order to break the grapple in the case of the roper, it's a DC 15 strength save.
Has to be a strength save, okay.
Is it
Which you have to roll with disadvantage because the tendrils are essentially sapping your strength as they're biting into your skin.
Damn.
I'm trying to look at the
So
mark.
you can still attack, though, right?
Yeah, it doesn't
I
wrap
believe
that.
you can, yeah.
What is restrained?
Basically what it says, since you're grappled, for all intents and purposes,
Oh,
it doesn't
it's
say you
disabled.
can't attack. So, I mean, if it says you can't attack, if it were to say you can't attack, then I'd be like, okay, you can't attack. But,
Right.
you know,
You
if
just
you don't
can't
want to
run
break
away.
free and you just want to sit and attack it while you're grappled, you should be able to do it.
Attack rolls
So-
will have attack rolls against a creature that is restrained have advantage, and the creature's attack rolls have disadvantage.
There you go.
Oh, I guess I'll just attack from.
So it's just like a more advanced
Yeah,
form of
and
grapple,
so, I mean,
However you want to rule it.
that's the thing. It's like I wouldn't let Tig have advantage because you were grappled, but since the person on the other side isn't technically grappled for you, I would say you could make this a straight roll instead of with disadvantage.
Oh, that's fair. Okay. So Mr. Pokey here.
Oh.
Of course.
Okay. Make a dex save. Okay. It sort of just like
I
slips
go
you up,
prone,
and you're gonna go prone, essentially.
but I'm in it. Like I'm being held up, so kind of saves me from prone, right?
I mean,
I
you
don't
can
know.
still be wrapped up and prone. I'm gonna.
But I'm
gonna-
already like suspended by its grapple.
You're not suspended. You were on your feet. It just like basically lassoed
lets
around your
me
waist
fall
and
to the
pulled you
ground.
in. Right,
Pulled you
essentially.
forward.
So yeah, I guess I'll use half my movement to stand
Okay.
in its tentacle, and then kick it. Can I still kick it?
I mean,
My
you've got
bonus?
an offhand strike, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
Unfortunately, a 16 will miss.
Jeez. Okay. Yeah, that will be Jeff's turn.
All right, Bragi, you're up. You are grappled.
First things first. With everybody doing other attacks, has the stone outer shell been broken away from any significantly sized areas that I can see? Can I see the fleshy underbits?
Occasionally, you can see certain spots where it's been struck, and actually, the stone is broken in certain spots.
Okay, next question. With its giant mouth, I'm assuming it's a giant mouth. Is it kind of open and snarling like it is in the picture, or?
Yes, very much so.
All right, I'm going to grab my throwing dagger, and this is a called shot. So do I do like double disadvantage? Is there such a thing?
No, it would just be disadvantage.
Okay, I'm gonna attempt to throw my dagger into its mouth. I don't actually care if it does damage or not. I just want my dagger inside its body. Wait, hold
Can
on
you
a second.
specify when you say dagger?
My throwing dagger.
Okay. All right.
Wait, never mind. This isn't gonna work. I have to be able to see it.
Plus, you're also making a ranged attack at close range, so you're going to be doing that with disadvantage as well. But you're already doing disadvantage, so I mean, you would normally be incurring triple disadvantage here,
Yeah,
but
pretty much.
you can only have single disadvantage. So
Just viciously mock him again.
I
Give him
need to get
disadvantage.
metal into his body. That has to
Oh,
happen.
yeah.
All right. Well, then I'm gonna use
Well, you
my.
can try to just stab it into his head.
That's
you know,
what. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use my throwing dagger and just try and stab him with it.
Okay.
That's,
I think it
you're making.
works like that.
So are we making a melee attack or a ranged attack here?
Melee,
Okay.
and I miss.
All right. Unfortunately, an 8 will not hit.
Then that's pretty much all I can do.
Okay. At that, the move now goes to Dakar.
Alright. I think I'm going to try to attack recklessly.
Giving yourself advantage.
Oh yes.
Oh wait, before I do that, am I getting advantage? Is Jeff across from me? Do I need to be where Tig?
Jeff
Under-
is restrained.
Under
so-
normal circumstances, he would be, but since he's grappled, you can't. So, recklessly attacking would actually be of a benefit to you here.
Okay, cool.
Oof.
Unfortunately, an 8 will not hit. A 20 will hit, and a 25 will hit as well.
Wait, sorry, I clicked that too many times. I didn't hear the beep for one of them.
Okay. So, the first roll, the 25 hits.
And then ignore the 20, and then the second 25. That's a different attack.
Okay, so it's the 25 and the 8, essentially, right?
Yeah,
Right. 25 will hit, 8 will miss.
okay. And then the second 25 hits.
Yes.
So 18 total.
Alright. Alright. Okay. Anything else you want to do with your move?
No, that's all.
Okay. Alright. At this, it is going to. Just want to check something here. Alright. It's going to throw a tendril out at Tig. Hitting armor class 26.
Ooh, yeah. That'll do.
Tig is grappled. It's also going to throw a tendril out at Dakar. Hitting armor class
Yeah.
16.
What is-
That will,
That will hit?
yes.
Alright.
Fuck, we all did.
I earned a 16
Yeah, we're just all
for
grappled.
a barbarian.
Yeah, it's probably actually gonna go after Jeff at this point, because he's done the most damage. He's just been super far away. Hitting armor class 12. I can hit those tendril shots like all day, just as soon as I want to actually hurt you guys. Tig, the move goes to you now.
Oh, there's nothing to it but to keep swinging. I am going to.
Alright, so everybody who's grappled, we are attacking with disadvantage now.
I'm going to use my hand axe instead of warhammer.
Okay.
Just try to get it to stick into it. So close.
Fortunately, a 7 will miss.
When do I get my second attack? Level 5? Yeah.
He's correct. Anything else you want to do?
guess that's all I got.
All right, Jeff, you're up.
Oh, wait. Is this thing like attached to the ground?
You can make a perception check.
How high is the ceiling in this room?
It's difficult to say. This thing appears to blend in perfectly with the cave. In fact, if it wasn't extruding a bunch of tendrils and had an eye and a big fucking toothy maw, you wouldn't be able to tell it as being any different from any other structure in the cave.
Okay.
Just gonna try to break free.
Guess I will try to do one last look around to see if there's any larger objects I lift that are just free sitting.
We're gonna use your previous perception check,
Oh, okay.
which lucky for you. As you kind of peer about the place, there are maybe a few loose rocks over near sort of this end, but nothing big enough that you think would actually hurt it. You'd probably have to try and break something like some of the stalagmites free with force at this point.
Okay.
So, all right, Jeff, the move goes to you.
Okay, I'm just gonna try to break the hold.
Okay. Give me a strength or athletics check, whichever you prefer, with disadvantage.
You can always try and hit the tentacle.
Yeah, that's kind of like gaming the system there.
No,
Nope.
that's part of the rules. That's
You can
Literally,
hit
the creature's stats has rules on that as well.
yeah.
Fine, I'll go for the tentacle. I guess at disadvantage, same thing anyways.
Yeah.
Mm.
So,
Yeah, he'll try jabbing Mr. Pokey into the tentacle.
okay.
I definitely want to cheese the rules too much.
No, you're okay. Let me see here. I just want to check. Unfortunately, a 19 will not hit it.
Really?
You're damn close. It's a 20.
Yeah.
Of course. Well, I might as well flurry of blows it, so I'll also kick at the tentacle. Or
Okay.
not flurry of blows, just my normal bonus action.
Right.
I'm not gonna flurry of blows. So here's the kick.
Oof.
Owie. And make me a dex save.
I swear, I go from session to session like all 20s to all 1s. Like,
Yeah, it's at this you actually lose Mr. Pokey.
oh no. Oh, Mr.
One moment.
Pokey.
Right down his gullet.
And it actually flies right here.
Okay.
I like that you have one sticking in the ground for it.
That's perfect.
I literally just did a quick image search in the roll20 image column, and I was like, hey, look at that. Nice.
And I got a pitchfork.
So, alright, the move now goes to Bragi.
I am again going to attempt to stab him melee style.
Okay.
In the main part of his body. Nope.
Unfortunately, an 8 will miss.
I'm.
Anything else you want to attempt?
Yeah, to get the fuck out of here. No, I'm good.
Alright, man.
Wait,
Yeah.
would Misty Step be affected by this?
I would assume it would be doable, yeah.
Misty Step out. I already burnt my one casting Misty Step I had on Hex.
No, you get one for that, and you get one for Misty
Nope.
Step as well.
It's
Oh, you don't?
either or.
Oh,
The
okay.
wording is you have one casting of this or that.
Oh, okay.
Either.
Alright. Dakar, the move is yours.
I mean, there's no reason not to recklessly attack whatever you're going to attack.
Yeah. So attacking the tentacle, does that still do damage to the creature? Or is that just an attempt to break the tentacle's hold?
I can't really give you answers there.
Corey's
Um,
leading stats and cheating. He already helped us more than.
Yeah, it's kind of a shot in the dark here for
Yeah.
you
And
guys.
the breaking free, I assume that takes an action, or does that take my whole turn?
It would take your
Yeah.
action to make a strength check or an athletics check, depending on what you prefer. You would have to make that check with disadvantage, as the fibers, the hairs from the actual tendril sticking into your body are actually sapping your strength at this point.
Everything you're doing right now is basically a disadvantage strength attempt. So like, you might as well just try to recklessly attack, either hit it or the tentacle, where that way you'll at least get a straight roll.
Yeah. All right, I'll do.
There's like no
so-
disadvantage further to using your reckless attacks either, is because you are grappled, it gets advantage on the attacks on you. So like,
Yeah. So yeah, attack on the tendril.
All right, are you doing the reckless attacks then too, or no?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so that should have been okay. A 10 will miss, unfortunately.
All right, another one of those.
23 will hit.
All right.
And as you take your first swipe, you just rake against rock. As you take your second one, though, you actually break through the rock and actually dig deep into the pulpy mass beneath it. And as you do, it drops dead.
Holy shit.
Nice.
Good job, Dakar.
Start calling you Murder
Um,
Kitty.
The entire party gains 450 experience each.
450.
Yes, I'm going to use the little boys' room real quick. I will be right back.
that's putting me at
Jump out of
3197.
Sorry, what was it? It was 400 something. 450.
450.
450.
Yeah, ropers are tough. Actually, didn't think we'd done that much damage to it yet. Guess we did.
We're a pretty good damage dealing party.
Yeah,
overall.
we definitely,
Except for me.
for having. I mean, you make up for that with your utility. You know, like giving him disadvantage, giving us bonuses.
You're literally
Oh,
the
yeah.
only utility.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
know.
You know, this
Yeah.
this would be a straight up just melee party were it not for you.
Yeah, but brothers are.
So another thing, eventually you could pick up a bow. You know. But,
I've been meaning to. Like, I regretted
usually-
not taking a crossbow from the get-go. We just haven't
Yeah.
been anywhere to get one.
right.
The utility should be ranged, so you're not actually risking being up in the face of things.
But there's also like support spells that you are going to get access to next level that are just amazing. So like haste.
I mean, you guys are a weird party because you're almost entirely melee. Your healing is made up of 2 off healers, and you only have 1 utility player. So it's definitely
We are a very melee focused, but that feels
Yeah,
right in a zombie campaign for some reason. Like, I don't know why, but in like a zombie apocalypse, I imagine all just like athletic, like damage dealing people surviving.
right.
I feel like a
Well,
level 7 mage could probably start wiping the
Oh, no.
floor with, you know,
A
like-
mage would like a fucking wizard would destroy a zombie apocalypse, but
Right.
leveling up in a zombie apocalypse would be difficult
Yeah.
for a wizard. Like,
fuck yes,
if a wizard started at
absolutely.
level 1, he's gonna die against a bunch
Hey,
of zombies. But if he-
Firebolt running away, firebolt running away.
But if
Like,
he's already level 10, yeah, it's just like
Well, I
fucking
mean, as long as he's
fireballs
not-
and chain lightnings, like
As long as he's not a like a gnome or a dwarf. He shouldn't have any problem outrunning zombies most of the time. So like,
Yeah.
No, it just feels right to have a very like melee heavy, again, in a zombie
Yeah,
apocalypse kind of situation.
kind of does.
Because it's just, I don't know.
Well,
It
and that's why I
thematically
went with the
fits.
psionics. That's part of the reason I went psionic as well, is to add just that little bit more utility
Yeah.
to what I
I
can do.
really considered a cleric because a cleric would be very helpful in an undead campaign.
Oh God,
but
yeah.
I wanted to play this monk, so fuck it.
Yeah.
I was originally gonna go either rogue or fucking ranger, and switch to bard at the last minute.
Mm-hmm.
Bards
We
are more
can-
fun, to
they
be
are.
honest.
Bards are like, that's the only character I haven't played. Or, well, I haven't done a rogue.
Rogues are
But-
fun, but like they're kind of like you get pigeonholed really quick. Like, oh,
Yeah.
search for traps. Okay. Oh, pick locks. Oh, okay.
It really
Okay.
depends on
Oh,
the
we're fighting.
campaign you're
I'm gonna
playing.
jump
If you're
in,
playing-
stab, 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 jump out. You know, like
Not even stab. It's one stab, and then
Yeah.
that didn't work. So I guess I'm gonna run away.
and that's
you're
the thing
playing
is
a
like you
very,
can do a
like,
fuck ton of
puzzle-heavy
damage
or
with that one stab,
stealth-heavy-
but
If you're playing like a stealth heavy campaign or a puzzle heavy campaign or even like a charisma check campaign, like
yeah,
rogues are meant for like heist or like sneak attacks. So assassination or heists, which fits for a rogue. Like they're very
They
very
definitely have their
typecasted
uses.
characters.
Hmm.
all right. And at that, the roper lays dead as its tendrils sort of start to just unslither
Who
from
wants
around
to
you.
assist me in searching the body?
I shall assist you.
Jeff, yeah, I'm probably will assist. There you go.
All right.
22.
I mean, it's a giant stone rock monster.
doesn't really,
Yeah.
doesn't really carry gold.
No. However,
Well,
you do realize probably this thing does more than likely carry shit in one particular area, and once it kind of is done twitching and the tendrils stop just on the ground and finally like lay flat, you do with the assistance of Jeff, who kind of like helps to hold the jaws open as if that would help, start to peer into the beast's gullet.
Bragi was gonna help. Jeff's gonna stand off and do his own thing.
Oh right, I'm sorry. So Broggy's holding the jaws open here as Tig starts peering in. And Tig, as you become more and more confident that the creature is in fact dead, you start kind of poking your head further and further in.
He's gonna crawl right in that bitch.
And pretty soon you like put your hands in and start propping yourself up as your little feet are just like out the top. And you do start like you kind of pull out the butt of your hammer and you do start actually like fishing some of the many sphincters that lead towards its stomach area open, and you do manage to, with the butt of your hammer, finally like, make your way into its stomach. And as like the very end hilt of the hammer sort of hits the stomach, you can hear a quick, and you sort of like wipe it off from the inside of its mouth. And as you kind of like reach in and like pry that sphincter into its stomach open, you look. You see a large coagulation of some sort of acidic material. Amongst that, there is little else. It is, for all intents and purposes, empty. And
Stomach acid.
you're quite confident as you stare into that mess that stomach acid could eat through probably anything.
During this, Jeff is gonna carve a mask of the roper. Gonna pull out a piece of wood.
I'm gonna use I'm gonna use my psionic movement thingy telekinesis, basically, and as I back out, I'm gonna lift up that mass and pull it out with me. Not touching it, of course, using my telekinesis to move it.
Okay. And so as Tig just kind of starts to like slowly like back her way out and her little booties start to give way to her knees and the rest of her, she comes out and you can see her like hands like this now as she's floating above her head what looks like a giant floating glob of acidic goo.
And I'm gonna move it off to a clear spot and drop it there.
And you drop it and it just against the ground, and you can see it immediately begins eating through like the dirt, the dust, the rocks, the cave floor, and it just starts slowly eating its way lower and lower. It takes roughly 5 minutes, and it makes what is essentially about a 2-inch deep hole that's about 3 feet wide.
Breaking Bad style.
It's kind of cooled out at this point. There was nothing in that glob at all.
It's just eating through the ground at this point. There was nothing in there, and had there been, it would have to be some sort of material that could withstand acid or possibly be magically enchanted to a certain degree.
Right. Okay, it was worth a shot.
Anybody have any glass vials on them that we could try and capture some of this shit to throw it at the next boss that attacks us?
You broke them all in that chest.
Oh shit, that's right.
So we did get that chest open, but it broke.
No.
that was just a joke.
Yeah.
We did get it open, but I joked that once we got it open, it was filled with vials that broke.
What did we get out of the chest?
Some ladies.
Gold, Corey.
Yeah.
Precious gold.
Gold and underwear.
Mm-hmm. It's the best kind of underwear. Alright, well this thing is...
This thing's dead.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and not start walking in front of everybody this time.
Yeah. Which way did we come from?
We came
this
from
way.
up here, so we need to go over here.
Okay. Are these like tunnels or just like outcropping cliff?
No, they're not even very tall. They're just like a foot up.
Yeah, just
essentially.
levels. Unlevel stone floor.
Sure. Alright. Forward we shall go.
I should probably... Is anybody else hurt?
My hit points.
He's a little hurt. Not really. We could do a short rest. If we wanted to.
You're the only one I scored a decent hit on with that bite attack.
Yeah. Well, you hit
And I mean, that's the thing is that
Car
like
pretty hard.
I
but
hit
he-
the car for just as much, but he halves the damage, right? So
And has twice the health to begin with, so...
Right. Yeah.
there is that, yeah.
Yeah, barbarians are really good against barbarians are great against ropers. It's the second time I've fought one with a barbarian in the group.
I feel like you should always have a barbarian when fighting a roper.
Yeah. As long as if we ever get sucked into a roper world.
Solid barbarian group.
Shit, you better hope that never happens.
We'll just all be barbarians.
No, you're just all gonna be wrapped up in tendrils just constantly.
Oh yeah, that's
just being pulled from one disadvantaged fight to the next.
that's just an anime world.
Do we have to wear skirts while we do it?
Yeah.
I guess
I did not move in front of everybody.
perception as we move into this next area.
Okay.
And
See if I notice anything.
All right. Give me that perception roll.
Nope.
Place looks clear. the most noticeable thing is that, again, as this winds and curves, it's at a very steep angle at every juncture, going
We're going
deeper and deeper.
We're going down. Okay.
So we just have to. Is this difficult terrain or anything, or is it just?
No.
Are there any good like loose objects nearby?
Go ahead and make a perception check for Jeff.
This is dumb.
Hold up. This room looks a little different.
You kind of look around. You do see a few loose rocks on the ground. Nothing big.
No.
There appears to be mushrooms on the walls.
It wasn't a big deal. Anyways, I was gonna like jokingly make a slab.
Anybody got herbalism
No.
as a profession?
Yet.
Oh no, I do.
See if you can
I got
identify
that with
those.
my,
Or...
Outlander background.
Yeah. But I don't have the kit. You only get, and that's the thing that like you can. You actually have to buy the kit for backgrounds. They don't give you the kit.
They give you. Some do
They
give you the kit.
Proficiency.
Do you have
Some
the
do.
proficiency? Because in this case, I would say you don't need the kit to.
Yeah, I have the proficiency. I don't have the kit.
All right, so I would say you could make an intelligence roll with proficiency on this.
Okay. We'll do.
You begin examining these things. They don't resemble any species you've previously seen before. However, as you continue to examine them, you also notice there are certain aspects to them that you would typically attribute to edible mushrooms or fungus that you have seen before. There's certain things that you would look for and would be a serious no-no that you're not seeing with these. Sort of like bluish buildup in certain areas or anything like that. And as you kind of look them over, you don't know what type of mushroom this is, but it is possible that these may be edible.
Yeah, Jeff's gonna cut one off and say, hey, Broggy, give this a taste. Pretty sure it's tasty.
All right, I take it from him and sniff it. Oh, let's see. How does it smell? Does it smell
Give
like
me a
stuff?
perception check.
Smells like mushrooms.
It smells like mold, Not super appetizing, at least not to someone who's, used to getting a free meal for his services in a pub or an inn most nights. It's not particularly appetizing. Maybe with some gravy. Hold it over a fire, some cheese.
I was just discussing mushrooms today, and mushrooms taste like dirt smells. So like nice, like
Yes.
fresh soil smells like a certain thing. But if you obviously if you eat dirt, it's gross. But like a mushroom has the taste of the smell of dirt.
Alright, I gotta do a roll here real quick.
Okay.
Fuck
Eat
it,
of anything.
I eat it.
Okay.
Take a little bite of the mushroom. Just a little bite.
Okay. You take a little bite. Go ahead and give me a constitution save.
Fuck. Well, I'm dead.
You don't like the way it tastes, and it's actually so disgusting the way it tastes. You're not much of a mushroom guy to begin with, but this is off a random, and you just and spit it out almost immediately to avoid vomiting.
Ugh.
Natural reflex.
Stay away from the brown rope licorice, guys. It's bad.
Jeff will be like, oh, well, guess it's bad.
Braggy shoots you a dirty look. A very, very dirty look. And then forgets that he's not supposed to be in the lead and starts walking.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Not a good response.
I can't scroll up fast enough.
Suddenly, Jeff Ninja's in front of me. No, motherfucker, no.
Jeff, as soon as everyone kind of hits this area here,
Oh, no.
you can hear what sounds like running water
Okay.
coming from up ahead.
I was gonna ease up and peek around this corner here. Let's see, watch. Yeah, so from here, Jeff's gonna like kind of tell everybody to slow down. He's gonna ease up.
Stealth mode.
And Jeff, as you kind of make your way around the corner, what you see is that sort of a rock opening ahead sort of has a bunch of water issuing forth from it that begins to trickle down from above, creating a very steady sort of stream or creek that meanders its way towards an opening in the cave rock. And you can actually see sunlight issuing in from this direction.
Interesting. Jeff's gonna continue forward, hugging the wall.
Braggy
try
walks
not
up and
to,
looks down in the water.
Of course.
I was totally gonna push you in if you stood next to me. It's good you stayed next to the wall.
To get up ahead.
And at this, you find that actually up ahead, the cave opens, and beyond that, you can see actually dazzling sunlight pouring in.
Wasn't this world pretty overcast?
Yeah,
It was not, actually.
No, it wasn't. Okay.
It was just the foggy forest. Yeah, I
We
guess
just started out. And,
it had a gray
A
screen
wooded
over
area.
the top of it in the movie in my
Yeah.
head, for sure.
I just pictured Barovia where it's always like rainy and like foggy, gross.
It is certainly similar to other worlds you've seen. However, it is not the same.
We still don't even know if we're on the same world or plane or anything,
Yeah,
right?
We might have
Nope.
passed into another one too.
the whole point of us coming to this house was to try and figure that out.
Yeah.
Didn't
As
really
you,
feel it that way.
To gain the favor of somebody, and then
As you emerge from the cave, you find yourself basically at the foot of a set of mountains. And as you look about, this area doesn't look familiar to you at all. But as you gaze back over your shoulder, you imagine that probably somewhere up there on the cliffside, on the other side of the cliff before you, the Gralic house probably sits. You now find yourself standing just at an opening that is kind of on ground level with the grassland itself. And give me just a second. I'll show you the travel map and maybe show you where you are. Zupa. Second here. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Jeff and Dakar have like a really good sense of direction off of the Outlander background. They can like place themselves geographically.
This is correct. At this, essentially, as you look around, this is where you find yourselves
That-
in relation.
dagger there.
That's correct.
Hmm.
Interesting.
And these
Did
are
we ever
just like
find all of the,
grasslands then? As far as. Sorry.
No, it's okay. From what you can tell, yeah, you're at the foot of a mountain range, essentially, and before you is grassland.
What were you saying, Tanner?
So we're supposed to report back to that village what happened to their delivery team, but I don't think we actually
Well, we have that
identified everybody.
pack that I'm pretty sure is a magical pack of some kind. So maybe whatever they're carrying was in that. So I wouldn't say that we failed.
Reaffirm that. Okay.
Yeah.
It's also worth remembering that they really wanted just any sort of evidence or idea of what happened to
Right.
Yeah,
what
so I'd say
happened
we
to the
start,
party.
heading back, so if we can work our way back around the base of the mountain back to.
Yeah. We could always go back up the cave back into the house too, right? Like,
Yeah, but it'd probably be better to go from down here, but it's hard to say.
did something happen when we opened that chest or anything?
No.
Huh.
Yeah, heading back is probably the way to do it. We gotta go turn our quest in before we get our next one.
Okay.
That looks like what about? What'd you say it was? In an hour, so about 2 hours worth of travel, 3 hours worth of travel.
So essentially, in an hour, you guys can travel 6 squares.
4, 5, 6. So we're 8 squares out. Well, going around the mountain, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. We could get around the mountain and almost to the plains in the 6 squares.
Yeah. 11 squares back to Del Munster, so 2 hours, we can do it. Let's head back.
Yeah,
Okay.
I say we go around the mountain, go back.
Okay.
Instead of going back up through the house.
Get some random creature encounters on the way.
Maybe
Sure.
something like-
Maybe a rock.
1 hour.
Fuck rocks.
In 2 hours' time, you're able to make your way back. Who'd we lose?
I don't know.
Oh, I lost my
Yeah.
dude lost his connection.
Huh.
All right,
Okay,
nobody
so-
else is watching, so
Yeah.
go ahead and give me a general survival check. Whoever's going to be guiding the party.
Let's say it'd be Dakar, Jeff.
Okay.
That's okay.
Dakar, you have no problem. In fact, you guys easily find your way back to Del Munster after having to find a safe spot to cross the river without issues. You guys make your way back once again.
And just for reference, here's that ability that helps with direction, right? Excellent memory for maps, geography, and you can always recall general layout of terrain. I suppose that probably might not even have an effect here since we don't know really where we are to begin with, maybe.
But if you walked it, like you can find it again.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
you.
like that.
Yeah.
You'd still be able to be
Yeah.
like, oh, Del Munster's that way.
Right.
Yeah.
You've got
determine
enough
directions.
of a feel for which way is east now and which way is west. You finally find your way back to the all but destroyed village of Del Munster. At this point, city is pretty much in the same shape you left it in as you kind of make your approach from the road to the west.
Sure. Looks like somebody even started to build a wall around this town.
Okay, this is probably like the Lord's house here was.
Or church.
Or church. Oh yeah, we got a little wall down here, don't we?
Yeah.
We kind of want to be cautious and wary because we're still like trying to hide from the.
Yeah, that
Whoever-
army.
Yeah,
That army's
Those
still around.
random knights.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just get back to that secret hatch that we found. Or
Okay.
Yeah, the cellar
Um,
door.
If you're gonna try and be sneaky about it, why don't everybody give me a stealth check as you kind of make your way
I was
into
gonna
the.
say, Jeff will keep, like,
village
kinda
limits.
Scouting ahead a little bit, but still.
Okay.
so stealthy.
Yeah,
That's
you're wearing
not
all
the
that
worst.
heavy armor.
Not the worst.
Oh,
You guys start making your way into town, and literally as soon as you kind of make your way into the village, Bragi and Dakar almost like disappear from even your sight. It's difficult to tell where they are, whereas Jeff and Tig are kind of like trying to be stealthy, but kind of like everywhere Tig goes, she just kind of chunk 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 chunk, and
But it's
Jeff
really,
is
it's really tiny.
what's his
Ka-chunk,
name?
ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk.
she's like a little maraca running around with a big warhammer.
Jeff's doing the Kronk sneak. Is it Kronk?
Yeah, and you're a little distracted because you're also trying to keep an eye out, right? So there are moments you see you're standing in the middle of the road, and it's like, oh, this isn't very stealthy. But at least I can't see anybody on this road either. So,
I can't see them, they can't see me, right?
exactly. However, you don't see any signs of anybody else moving about the city outside of occasionally the dead moving about in, a house a block and a half down the road or something like that. Their presence is still very noticeable, but you're all able to kind of, for all intents and purposes, maneuver around to a point where they don't notice you.
Okay.
And as you make your way back to the house with the hatch, you slip back down into the cave system and eventually make your way back to the sort of cave door opening beneath. And as you make your way up and approach the door, you sort of knock. And as you knock, the little panel slides open, and you can see one of the gentlemen who you'd spoken to previously, and he sort of pokes his head out and he says, "Yes, you've returned.
We bring news.
Indeed."
Yep.
The panel sort of slides shut almost very abruptly. You can hear muffled voices on the other side. And at that, you can hear the latch open and the door opens, and several people emerge, at the front of which you see this gentleman as well as an older gentleman who sort of stands behind him. And this top gentleman here sort of defers to this one as this one kind of steps through the crowd forward to you, and he says, You made your way to the Gralic house. You found the missing party, yes?
We did. They were unfortunately killed by zombies, ghosts, or ghouls, which we have dispatched.
You have some sort of proof of this?
Yeah, I'll present the satchel.
And as you present it, he sort of picks it up and he looks at it and he looks over at the other guy. Everybody go ahead and make an insight check.
Yeah. Wow. Well, we're not good at that.
Seems legit.
Fucking one.
Yeah. Broggy, you're kind of you're a little bit preoccupied with. I wonder if they have some strong drink in there. If they let us in.
There might be
Dakar,
venom.
you're still having trouble making out the nuances of human faces. You can't tell if they're frowning, smiling, or whatever. They're just, they don't give off pheromones, for crying out loud. How do we, or at least when they do, it seems completely weird. Corey, Tig just kind of looks up and is like, humans have weird faces. And Jeff, you just kind of like, wonder how long it took him to dig all this. And as they look back at you, the older one at the bottom here says, "Appears you speak the truth. You have done the village of Delmonster a service. Such appears we can trust you. You are allowed to enter. Do not double cross us. If you're working with the Talons and you attempt to betray us in any way, I promise you, you'll beg for death. And it will not come until long after you can even imagine the horrific pain that awaits you." And at this, he sort of turns around and just gestures everyone in.
I don't know, I slipped in a gray ooze and I fell through a floor. And I've been squished by an ogre and fallen from trees. I've done a lot of pain.
And he sort of stops and he turns around and he looks at you and he goes, "What are you, shackled? Or tied to a chair when all of this happened to you?"
Well, I've done that too, back in Athket Law.
"I've never heard of this place."
Great
I will
big
not-
city.
"Let us go inside. We can become further acquainted once we make our way inside." As they usher you through the door,
They're gonna
what you
kill
find
us.
is a series of caves that seem to be carved out, and they sort of open into other compartments or areas. And as you walk through them, you find many of them have doors built, almost like some of these compartments are homes. Some of them just have cloth sort of covering them, but you can see common folk littering these little corridors and passages and these makeshift little homes, almost as if they are refugees. You can see children scampering around, playing with toys through these thin passages as adults sort of chide at them, and you can even smell cooking. Everyone go ahead and make an additional perception check. Okay. Dakar, Bragi, you notice there even seem to be holes cut at certain intervals along the ceilings, which you assume are probably cut for ventilation to allow fresh air to sort of pass through. And as you look about, you even smell cooking and food. For all intents and purposes, it seems as though the village of Delmonster simply tunneled its way underground and remained there as a defense mechanism against the zombies themselves.
Bad plan.
And,
that's not a good idea.
As you move through this miniature village beneath the village, your new friends, if you will, sort of move down a corridor at which you follow them, and you can see sort of a hanging sign coming off the corridor itself that says "The Buried Boar." and they sort of gesture to you into this place called the Buried Boar. And as you step inside, you find what appears to be a little tavern, sort of carved into the ground, and there are one or two folk sort of gathered around the tables. You sort of gather based on the time you came into the place. This is sort of prime work time. Not that you're entirely certain what work entails for people living underground at this point. And as you look about the place, it has all the amenities of, I mean, you've been in less civilized villages that had taverns that would be on par with this. It seems that the people of Del Munster are essentially making the best of a bad situation. And as you sit down, your new companions sort of sit down with you, and you can see them nod over at the bar towards what appears to be an actual dwarf tending the bar. And as the dwarf kind of catches the nod from them.
Jeff will get excited. Like, if there's a dwarf bartender, it means they have good ale.
And he sort of nods back at them, and he sort of makes his way back around with the tray. He sets down a jug of ale and a few clay cups, and says, "I've brought ale. I've got other things for your guests." As he looks at the other two here, and he says, "That is, if they're ordering." And the older gentleman up here sort of nods and says, "Get them anything they like. I will vouch for them. But you're paying for your own drinks."
Ah, well,
Then-
that's where you're mistaken, good sir. Proggy Skaldson pays for no alcohol, but I do perform for it. And I pull out my lute and I move towards the fire.
Okay. Give us a performance check.
I'm gonna sing a little ditty about a girl named Sue and the pig that got away from her and had her running through the mud, lying on her back.
And as you do, you're used to playing for fuller drink halls than this.
Yeah.
However, your playing is excellent, and your lines are perfectly timed. You get your jokes in right on the song, and you actually find some of the dregs in the corners are even now like banging their cups and shouting along. And as you're kind of performing, go ahead and make an insight check.
No.
The dwarf seems genuinely impressed. And actually, you also kind of get the feeling that there probably hasn't been a bard in here ever. In fact, morale seems kind of shitty. This place is... These people are alive. They're safe. But it kind of looks like... You remember the movie Terminator? When they do the flashes to the future? And everybody's living in those like cramped, tight spaces in the hallways. It's very similar to that. And so you can tell there's not a lot of genuine joy or mirth in these people's lives. And the dwarf looks genuinely inspired as he watches you play. And as soon as you're
While he
done, you can...
performs, Jeff will offer to buy a round for the room.
Okay.
Put 2 gold on the counter.
And the dwarf nods, and of course he goes around and catches everyone's drink order. And he comes
Okay,
back
good.
and he says, well, it's 1 gold piece. That's the total. And he slides the other one back towards you as he kind of lays everybody's drink down in front of you. He says, the lads in the corner are plenty appreciative. And you can see they sort of nod at you and raise their drinks as Broggy's song sort of comes to a conclusion. And at that, the dwarf kind of takes his tray and sets it down on the bar, and he walks up to you and he says, "So, you're very good, and I'd be willing to call it square on a bar tab, and some food, and perhaps a place to rest for the night. If you'd be willing to entertain our townsfolk this evening when the place is more lively."
Well, good sir, I can tell from just looking at the few fine souls in this establishment that this town is in desperate need of a little bit of enlivenment. You guys are surviving, but you're not living. This is a sad state of affairs, and while I am here, I will do everything I can to alleviate some of the misery that has been laid on your shoulders. It's the least I can do.
He sort of nods and he says, "Ah, you've got us there. Let me get you a drink at least to pay for your performance here." And he gestures over to a small pot sitting on the bar, and he says, "I've got a bit of a still I put together. It's my great grandfather's recipe for dwarven whiskey. Now, mind you,
Oh, buddy.
I haven't been able to find all the same ingredients, but it is dwarven whiskey. I'd like to offer you a glass if you're interested."
Well, I wasn't planning on puking tonight, but hell yeah, I'm gonna drink some dwarven whiskey. Let's go.
Jeff will slide in, take it from Broggy, and be like, "Don't mind if I do."
All right.
Oh no, we fighting. We're gonna fight for that.
Jeff, give me a sleight of hand check. Broggy, give me a dexterity save.
Oh no, you fucker. Oh.
The old man comes in and deftly slides that whiskey out of your hand and just shoots it back. Go ahead and give me a Constitution save, Jeff.
Knock me on my ass.
It might be a dwarven recipe, but it certainly wasn't made using the same tools as most fine dwarven whiskeys are made. And this stuff is fucking rough. In fact, you could probably blow the place up if you just spit it into the damn fire. And as you shoot it back, you begin to cough, and just spittles of whiskey just fly all over the bar, at which point you can see the bartender. "Hey!"
I started
That
laughing.
stuff's-
I was like, "That's good stuff. Good stuff."
I just started
that
laughing.
stuff's there.
And
Throw up.
I clap Jeff on the back and say, "Hey, thanks for taking that arrow for me."
And he just sort of like, "All right." And he pours you another one, Broggy. He says, "That's all you're getting out of me for free." At which point you can see he looks over at the table and he catches a look from the other two guys at the table, and he says, "You'd best make your way back to your table."
I slip a silver piece on the counter as I walk back to the table.
He takes it and he's just pockets it very quickly.
Actually, you know what? I don't go back to the table. I return to the fireplace and continue just strumming little ditties to give ambiance.
Okay. Go ahead and make another performance check for me. All right. And you just kind of sit there, sort of performing ambient music. As you do, the rest of you now sit down and start digging into your drinks. And this gentleman here sort of looks at each of you and says, "So, why have you come to Dulmunster?"
Because we are completely and utterly lost. We woke up in a cave in the forest.
You woke up in a cave in the forest. This is what happened to you. But where did you come from originally? How did you get into the cave?
Sword Coast.
Another cave.
Yeah, we fell asleep
We
in one
were-
cave and woke up in a completely different cave.
We were beset by the undead while on a quest for the Harple Wizards in a town near Neverwinter on the Sword Coast. If you know what any of those places are.
You can see the two of them sort of exchanged confused glances between each other. Finally, this one looks back at you and says, "We're not familiar with any of these places. However, we have noticed strangers moving through the area of late. Many of them dressed like you," and he sort of gestures towards your clothes. And it's sort of at this point you notice that the style of dress is a bit dissimilar to your own. You guys do kind of stick out. If you were to really kind of assess it for your own, you'd say that your look's a little more cosmopolitan than theirs. And
I'd just be like, where could I buy new clothes?
The wizards that hired us said they hired other people who would never return, so maybe... Best I can guess is we are not anywhere near where we came from anymore.
And they sort of look at each other, and as they look back at you, he says, "Do you know where you are?"
Not in the
That's
slightest. There was a
That's what we've
thick,
been saying,
a
goddammit.
thick fog moved in, and we all lost consciousness and woke up in a completely different place.
Yes, the mist surrounds the borders all around Falkovnia. None who walk into it. Yes, Falkovnia, this is where you are. Have you never heard of it?
I'm gonna go ahead and
Do
do
a
a
history check. Yeah.
history check.
You have never heard of Falkovnia.
Never once. And my cousin, let me tell you, she knows everything.
The-
You also have never heard of Falkovnia. And,
Jeff grew up and lived on a farm, so he hadn't heard a lot of places.
this he says, since you're completely new to this place, and you have proven yourself helpful to us, you, of course, you're welcome to stay. We'll provide you any information that we can, supposing it is not sensitive, if you will, to our defenses. But it sounds like you came here completely accidentally.
Yeah. Boy, has it been fun ever since we did.
With this one, the gentleman down in the corner here, he just sort of sighs and he looks at you and he says, "Well, it seems you'd best make good with your fate, for none escape Falkovnia."
Correction.
What
None
can you-
have yet.
What can you tell us about Falkovnia?
Well, it was once a different land, surrounded by beautiful mountains and other countries. It was only probably about a year or two when the mists enshrouded our borders, when the Talons came. And he sort of kind of stares down at the table. And as you ask this, the older gentleman sort of says, "The Talons are they're a mercenary group. Or at least they were. At least that's what we figure. They came to this land roughly around the same time the mist enshrouded it. But ever since the mist appeared, no one can get out of Falkovnia. And the Talons, once they appeared, they just immediately started taking the place over. Crushing everything."
Responsible then? Did they have a leader that may be causing the mist?
Well, yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
was doing a history check to see if remember hearing any rumors about strange mists in the Sword Coast or the Talons or.
See, I'm sort of thinking history might be going the wrong direction. I don't think we got teleported in the past.
Well, it would be
No, not
history.
really.
No. History would be like. I'm using history and like local
Like,
rumors
the
that I may have
Yeah,
heard.
In the Sword Coast.
I get what you're
News
saying,
on the
but what I'm
Sword
saying
Coast,
is, like,
basically.
I don't think that would work out. I'm thinking that the mist teleported us into the, not teleported us, but time traveled us, and we're in a, shitty future where the zombie horde has taken everything over, and they've never heard of the Sword
Yeah.
Coast because it doesn't exist anymore and
I think
hasn't
it's
in their
more an
lifetime.
alternate dimension than the future. I don't think it's any kind of time travel one way or the other. I think it's
So I mean,
dimensional
you guys-
travel.
you guys also should take in mind your player bias. You've been in similar situations to this, whereas as a player, Jared hasn't yet. So
Yeah.
and neither has Nick. So it's important to be mindful that,
I
like,
feel like we're
as far as
falling
your
into like philosophical debate here. Like,
Yeah.
Like, I
right,
don't know. Is this the past? Is this the future? Is this
right.
unknown?
Yeah, I'm just doing a straight history if I've heard any rumors of strange going on with mists or a group called the Talons or anything like that. So
Nothing pertaining to a group called the Talons comes to mind. Mist sounds something somewhat familiar, but mostly off of what the Harples told you. And that's really the information they gave you is the only information pertaining to this anomaly that you're essentially aware of. A lot of this stuff doesn't really ring a bell for most of you. At which point, the older gentleman just sort of raises his hand and he says, "A little over a year ago, the mists started to appear at our borders. That's when the Talons came. At first, they took over the city of Lakar, far to the northwest of here. They made the city theirs. They were quite forceful about it. But then, soon after, that's when the dead began to walk. And not just our dead. Waves of dead appeared out of the night. This is when they all converged upon the city of Lakar. Since then, nearly every moon cycle, more zombies appear. Large groups. They just swarm over the land. Most of the villages, the cities, the towns, they were all crushed by the dead. Lakar yet stood, mostly because the Talons know how to keep it. But they're brutal. We hear stories coming out of the city much. They scour the lands for supplies, survivors. They conscript anyone who they find, looking to make them join their force. Use them as cannon fodder against the dead for the siege of Lakar. They take supplies, they rob, they steal, they murder. No one is safe until they are members of the Talons, and even then, conscripts, I am told, are treated very badly. They are brutal, and we avoid them at any cost. That is why we let no outsiders enter our village, in fear that they might serve the Talons. Clearly, since you worked to elude the Talons and then were willing to aid us in determining what happened to the survivors of our search party, obviously you can't be working with them, but if you are, I will do to you what the Talons do to everyone else. I swear this.
don't worry. We want nothing to do with a group like that.
While he was talking, Jeff's gonna carve a little little depiction of Dakar crushing the zombie on the table discreetly, very ADD, like he's doodling on the table with his knife.
Give me a wood carving tools check and a stealth check.
Oh, the dwarf's gonna whoop your ass.
And let's see here.
Oh, the wood carving didn't go. There it is.
Yeah.
So the stealth's not very good, but the skill.
How about the skill on that carving? Might be able to make it so it's okay.
Added value to that table.
You know, like kind of like when you're trying to pay attention to something, but you're like doodling to. I don't know if anyone else does that, but
hmm
And
ADD
at this,
people definitely try to keep themselves occupied while listening.
as the dwarf makes his way by, he kind of sees what you're doing, and at first he kind of like puts his hand out like he's gonna try and stop you, and he looks it over and he says, "It is." And I'm moving between a Russian accent to a Scottish one here. So, that's quite a nice one. I suppose I'll keep it.
Jeff just gives a stupid grin and finishes it.
But don't do that anymore, alright?
It's just nod like. Sorry, I didn't realize I was doing it.
Aye, and that's fine, but no more.
Broggy grabs a
Yeah.
stick from the firewood pile next to the fireplace and walks up without a word and just hands it to Jeff, and then returns to the fireplace and continues playing music.
Jeff will go to whittling the sticks instead.
The old man at the table now sort of says, fuck, Scottish, Eastern European. We've got-
I like Russian dwarves. Like I feel like dwarves should be. Actually, they should be
I'm sure-
Hungarian. I like
Believe you me,
Hungarian.
I like it too, and actually I want to throw it in there. But in this case, literally everybody in this place is going to speak with like an Eastern European sort of Germanic sort of accent. So I wanted the dwarf to kind of stick out. So I gave him the typical Scottish accent. But the old man sort of looks up at you and he says, "I have forgotten my manners. I am Wilhelm. I lead this. I lead Delmunster. I am the burgomaster. And this is Caspar. He is closest thing we have to a captain of the guard." And that's when he gestures towards this gentleman right here, and Caspar sort of nods and he goes, "Yes, welcome." And the proprietor here, his name is Brock Silvereye. At which point the dwarf sort of nods. And
Sounds like a porn star.
I mean,
Rock
yeah.
Silver
What-
Tongue.
No, Silver Eye. Sorry. Brock Silvereye. So,
Silver Whistler
Um,
guy.
yes.
It was a pleasure for finally having a formal introduction. I am Tiglillo Skipsprig, and these are my companions, Dakar and Jeff and Broggy.
And at this, the dwarf sort of nods and he says, "I've not seen a gnome since I was a wee young lad. I thought your kind had all been wiped out."
Maybe in this land. They
There's-
see enough of us in the Sword Coast, though.
They're just so small, they're
gonna
easy
look
to
down.
miss.
I was gonna say Jeff's gonna look down and be like, "Oh shit, there's a gnome with us." Never looked down past my knees.
But
All the same, welcome to Dalmunster, and welcome to Falkovnia. If there's any information you require, please let us know. For all intents and purposes, we don't have anywhere to house you outside of the inn here, and the inn has one spare room. So, you'll have to talk to Brock about that. But as well as that, he also serves as the village quartermaster and smithy and banker.
Jesus.
Oh,
We can find enough room
Man
to lay
of-
down. That's all we need.
man of many talents.
If all of us can lay down in one room, we can manage that.
Well, it's a good thing I don't need much space.
And Brock
Oh,
kind
shit,
of looks at
you're
you
so
and says, I'll let you have your first night for free for doing the town a service. Also try and scrounge up a bit more straw. See if I can make the place a bit more accommodating for you. Unfortunately, it's not ideal. But it's better than having to watch your back, eh?
I lived in a slave pit at one point.
Brock, my good man, tell me,
Fighting pit.
when do the unwed
Nothing
women
is bad.
arrive? I believe I'll find my own bed this evening.
I like your spirit, but unfortunately there are very few. However, some of the young women have come to age, and some of the young lads are courting them. I suppose you could say several of them are still on the table, if you will. You might find a bit of an age gap.
Not the gap I'm interested in finding.
Well, you keep playing that lute the way you have, I suppose you'll be just fine. Find any gap you like.
Seems to me like you all are in need of some stalwart adventurers. And since we don't know where we are, what we're doing,
Got any quests?
Oh, hey, they say you returned from the Gralloch house. You made your way up on that rock? You went in there?
Yeah,
yeah,
we went, we
all
saw,
kinds of undead.
we
and other
destroyed
beasts.
hordes of undead. Then we left.
Hey. Did you find any weapons or metal?
Bragi turned sideways, moving his left hip out of view, and quickly says no.
It's a shame.
Can I do
I've
a
gotta-
perception on that one? Like that's pretty.
You can roll insight if you want.
insight.
I pull out that short sword I found.
That was pretty like sketchy behavior. I feel like
Not sketchy enough to warrant. You're just you're drinking. Jeff's
You're never gonna figure it out.
This place has been a
Plus
literal hellhole
6.
since you arrived. This is the only vacation you've had. You are drinking it in. No pun intended. Tig, you produced the blade that you found and you set it up there on the table. Yeah. How is that not a? Oh yeah. Wow. A nat 1 for you would be a 0. Okay. Yeah. You produce the blade on the table, and you can see like, Brock, like begins like licking his lips and looking over, and he goes, "May I?"
Yeah, sure.
He says, "Oh, look at that! It's a right piece of shit. I can
It
melt
sure
this down.
is.
I can melt this down into a nice iron bar, and I might be able to actually use it." And he says,
Also
thing
show
is-
him these smith's tools and masonry kit that I found.
"Ooh, well, I'd be willing to barter with you for these."
Sure.
Uh,
That shield on the wall, how nice does that shield look?
Go ahead and make a history check.
it's the size of you. It's a power shield for a gnome.
Oh damn! Now you get the big rolls.
That thing looks decorative at best.
Oh,
Probably
okay.
a piece of shit. Maybe a plate repurposed. He says, Hang on.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, none of us are archers, are we?
No,
Oh, sorry.
Broggy can definitely use a bow.
I can use
Braggy, you should
crossbows.
get a bow because my woodcrafting, I can make arrows. Like I
He
can
says,
make
"Oh,
ones
okay,
that are
whoa.
archers.
Hold
Yeah.
up a minute and let me explain the situation to you here. I've got a very nice blacksmithing shop down here. Can only run it at night because it's the best way to. All the smoke goes up through the chimney, sort of sends a signal to everyone. But the problem I have here is I've got nothing metal. Can't forge shit if I don't have shit to forge. You understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
I need shitty weapons. You find me some shitty weapons. You bring them here. I'll smelt them down into bars, and I'll make them into something nice for you. Give you a nice big discount on the goods. The point is, I need fucking metal. All the metal you can find.
Sure. I think we can handle that.
I think we're gonna need a big yellow bag of holding. There was quite a bit of metal. There were suits of armor.
I'll turn to
and
the
shit up
old
there.
man and inquire about that satchel. That satchel that I handed you is magical, I can tell. What is it?
And you can tell, he sort of looks down at the bag, puts it on the table. You mean it is magical?
Oh, what do you mean it is magical?
I don't know. I can just tell. If my cousin were with me, she'd be able to figure out what it was in a second. But
And he looks over at the other guy. The other guy kind of looks back at him and he goes,
Do you think that is how they were able to move all that stuff?
and the elder one sort of nods and he says,
This is one of those bags, the enchanted bags.
yeah. Do I know what a bag of holding is with an 18 Arcana roll?
You've heard tell of bags that are capable of magically holding more than they ought to. You
Yeah.
don't know specifically, oh, this is a bag of holding, blah, 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 but
Right. Yeah.
you know such things are liable to exist. And as soon as the old man gets the inkling of it, he pushes the bag away from him, at which point the other guy also won't touch it.
What's
Jeff
wrong?
will just grab it and stick his arm in. Start wrestling around.
And as you do, the younger guy sort of puts his hand on you and stops you and says,
What are you doing?
Figuring out what it is.
Taking the bag of holding? What does it look like he's
If it
doing?
is a magic bag, you should not be putting your hand in there.
I don't know. I heard from a good friend that the right idea is just pour it out in the middle of a room full of lava and see what happens.
Have you no fear of the bagman?
The bag man.
What
and
the-
the old man sort of looks at you in a foreboding fashion. He goes,
First, take your hand out of the bag and close it up tight.
Jeff will act like he can't pull his arm out. Just like, it's got me! It's got me!
make a deception check.
You're gonna get us kicked out, man. Damn. That dwarven whiskey must have been strong.
No, I rolled 2 fucking 5s. Can you beat a 5? You can't.
No, I did not.
The younger one sort of grabs the bag and just rips it out of your hand and he cinches it shut. And he sets it down under the table and he puts his boot on top of it. Says,
Jeff put his arms up. Sorry, just joking. Having fun.
These bags are not to be trifled with. They're dangerous.
Do you?
They're portals for the bagman.
Hmm. Do you have a wizard or a caster of any kind?
and the old man looks at you and he says,
Unfortunately, no. Casters are usually wizards, that sort of thing. They're usually the first conscripted by the Talons,
Sure.
and they're the most coveted people.
It's a shame a simple identify spell could figure all this out for us.
And the other one sort of says, "It doesn't matter. If that is a magic bag, it is possible the bagman could use it.
What is this bagman?
He's a sinister creature.
Not bad.
Legend tells of a time when such bags were common. Many of them were about Falkovnia. Those who possessed one had the gift of being able to carry many heavy loads just over their back. Very useful thing. But when the mists come, soon stories come of the bagman, a horrifying creature. Would move from bag to bag, sometimes taking those who possessed them with him, never to be heard from again." At this, you can all roll an insight check.
Oh, I got Jason.
All right. Corey, you're like, Tig's like, holy shit, that seems completely legit. Whereas the rest of you are kind of skeptical about this. You realize you're in what would be a backwoods village anyway, that has now been reduced to living underground. These are a
Bullshit
hokey,
folklore.
superstitious, weird people, right? Kind of folk who probably fucking spit at the ground at someone's feet every time they sneeze or something. But this seems like bullshit folklore.
Where did this story come from?
Many have told such tales. It's been heard throughout the land.
I'm just gonna roll a straight intelligence roll.
What are you trying to determine here?
Well, just like the possibilities that rumors could have been spread by the Talons or something about such a thing.
It's difficult to say whether or not the Talons would spread such a rumor. All of this is very new to you.
Right.
It's certainly possible, and it would make sense that an occupying military force might spread rumors to dissuade people from actually using something like this, or to try and keep them from using magic items, so that they could essentially amass them for themselves. It also seems likely that people just become isolated to such a point that suddenly they're willing to believe anything.
Well, folklores come from things that are rooted in truth, right? So,
Yes,
Jeff's gonna say to them that my friend Broggy here is actually a renowned shaman where we come from. That's very skilled in these kind of magics. If you give him a chance to dispel this, he can probably protect you.
The old man sort of looks up at Braga and he says, "This is true?"
Of course it's true. In the land where we come from, bards carry with them incredible powers of all varieties, and one of my specialties happens to be clearing cursed bags of possible infestations by otherworldly beings. Just a few minutes of that, a song, and some, a little dancing, little hip gyration. I'll have it all cleared up for you.
Go ahead and make a deception check with advantage. Oh my. And they sort of look at each other and they're sort of like, and they look back at you, and at this, Wilhelm reaches under and grabs the bag from under Caspar's foot, puts it on the table in front of you, and he says, "If you remove the curse from the bag, then it is yours.
There is one thing I will need, but I hope you can help me with. Might be a really big ask in our current environment, but I am gonna need one extra large chicken egg. It's a very weird ritual that requires an egg be sacrificed.
They both look over at Brock, and Brock sort of looks from behind the bar. And Wilhelm says, "Brock, we need an egg." Brock's sort of like, I don't have any eggs. I don't have any chickens. But
You can't dispel a curse without breaking some eggs.
yes, fortunately, I'll need some sort of receptacle in order to transfer the curse into that can be then easily broken and disposed of. Typically, we use an egg. Let me rack my brain for something else that might work. Perhaps a small clay pot with a seal. Now that I think about it, in an absolute pinch, even a good canvas sack would work, but it would have to be something you'd be willing to have destroyed afterward.
Well, I've got plenty of those. And Brock goes into the back and comes back with a canvas sack. He says, "It's a shame parting with these. They're much nicer than the burlap ones, but if you need it, you need it. It's fine."
This should work well. This should work very well. All right. Is there a room with some privacy? Not necessarily.
We could go back out in the cave.
He says, "Oh no, actually the rent room, as we call it, it's right there, just beside the fireplace. Unfortunately, it doesn't have much of a privacy door. I'm still working on that, but it's got nice thick skins. Should give you all the privacy you can get in here."
That'll do. Now, I'm gonna need all of you to agree that no matter what you hear, you do not enter that room until I exit it and burn the bag.
Making an additional deception check.
Ugh.
Great.
Wow, you'd think I was playing the way I'm rolling today.
That's good. I like to hear
You can see the three of them sort of are like, and Caspar here, he actually, you can see some of the blood just drain from his face. And they all just sort of like quickly nod.
Jeff's gonna go up and hold the door open, or the canvas or whatever, to the room, and like gesture everyone in.
Okay.
Party.
Once we're all inside,
Once everyone, Jeff's gonna stand guard at the door. He's gonna put the mask of the creepy ghoul that grin mask on. He's gonna put that mask on and stand guard at the door.
Very nice. All right, I just put the satchel in my bag, and I take the canvas sack and I set it in the center of the room. I pull out my lute and then I start making some crazy discordant strumming note and some nonsensical chanting.
All right, give me a performance check, quick.
Hold on, there's more. I'm also going to throw a minor illusion effect into it to make some otherworldly screaming noises, like demonic roaring coming.
Well, I think like flashing light should be good. Like do the loot and then do like.
Oh, you're right.
Light
Yes.
Flashing through the door.
Yeah, we'll do dark hued, like red, dark green, dark blue lights flashing. That's
And
better.
Jeff will just stand with his arms crossed with this creepy mask on, guarding the door.
Okay. Jeff, you can see the looks on all the remaining patrons and everyone else sitting here, just utter stun and disbelief.
I give it a few more seconds, maybe a minute at most, and then I come rushing out the door, run to the fire, and throw that canvas sack into the fire.
All right.
You canvas
And you
sack
threw-
or a random?
You throw the canvas sack onto the fire, and the two drunks in the corner immediately are like, and go ahead and make one final deception check with advantage here. And you can see Brock is just like, as well Caspar, just like white faced, like white as a sheet. You can see Wilhelm's just sort of sitting there. And as you kind of make your way back to the table, Brock sort of clasps you on the shoulder, and Wilhelm looks across and says,
We could have use of someone with your talents here. It would
Ah,
Just
be
gonna hook the mask back on himself and sit down. And take that home.
and he says,
in fact, there is something.
and he looks over at Brock. And Brock sort of looks back and is like,
There is something we think you might be able to help us with. But come, let us discuss this in the morning, huh? It is already... Shucks, what time is it?
and he looks at Brock, and Brock sort of stops. You can see him counting on fingers, and Brock goes,
Well, it would be roughly 6 bells, I would think, give or take, roughly 15 minutes.
and Wilhelm says,
You see, now is the time to sup and to drink, huh? Let us discuss business in the morning.
at this, you all should find a new folder. It should be the Falkovnia Codex. Within there should be a subfolder called People. And you should be able to find general information based on what you've learned pertaining to the Talons themselves.
nice.
Additionally, you gain the Bag of Holding. I would also award 200 experience additionally to each of you. For the slick work, gaining ownership of the Bag of Holding, and an additional 500 XP for returning from the Gralic House with the information desired.
Another 500 each.
Yep.
Nice.
500.
Yes.
So a total of 700 then.
Correct.
Won't argue with that.
And
No,
that was
I
some
got- I
slick
actually-
shit.
I had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, that was
But
that was
Jeff hasn't done anything that good yet, and everyone else has got an extra experience. Jeff's the only one that hasn't had extra at any point in this game.
Yeah, and that was the thing. I debated over giving you just the two of you each 200 experience, but I thought,
That's
you know,
everyone,
like,
we were all
200 was like, it was so good. It was like, this is like a lot of it. This is worth a lot of experience. And then I was kind of like, but is it fair to award a lot of experience like that? Because I mean, it definitely
yeah.
deserved a higher experience. And I thought it makes more sense to give it to the whole party. But I mean, like,
my only complaint is the fact that that was the first time I did something like pretty
Yeah.
creative, and everyone else had extra experience this campaign. I'm the
And I
only
mean,
one that's never gotten a bonus.
I want you to know that honestly, I was arguing with myself just to give Jeff and Broggy that experience, but I thought 200's a little huge, even though it was like an amazing effort. And so I was kind of, but Yeah,
no, I appreciate it.
essentially.
That's why I said like no complaint, but here's my complaint.
Right.
No,
No, and that's cool. Is I
definitely
I very
appreciate
much argued with myself on that one. So.
Yeah.
that was
some,
fun. I
that was
I
some
just
slick
enjoyed
shit.
the whole
Yeah,
the whole role play there. So
that was slick. I
No.
like that.
So yeah.
And that is kind of where we're gonna call it tonight. So,
Sure.
so yeah, I've added all the necessary information you would have access to as part of the Falkovnia Codex. If you can't find that in your journal, let me know.
Yeah, I found.
Yep.
Down at the bottom.
Yeah. And so as you,
like they're definitely part of everything, right? Like they're behind the mist, or their leader is.
Well, they're definitely a
some-
clue.
They're definitely working in tandem with it in some way.
They're like part of a cult of some kind.
and so sort of general information that the party learns that kind of has to do with this land or some of the people in it or the lore or that sort of thing. Anything pertaining to that sort of stuff, I will add to that codex as you learn these things,
Okay.
so that you guys can sort of reference that stuff without having to have me sort of backtrack, because this is all stuff that's just kind of built into the lore of the place and the basic.
Yeah.
So this is stuff
Yeah,
you should
I
be
really
able to
enjoy
gain
that.
access to without a history check.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
All that I miss.
Huh?
What did you miss? Not much.
Yeah.
Literally, it was just
Us
they,
breaking a chest open. That's literally
Yeah.
all.
We spent about an hour breaking a chest to find some underwear. We found some underwear in it.
Actually, when we
And
finally
they-
got into it, I looked at your stream, and we were at an hour and like 28 minutes
Yeah.
Yeah.
when we finally opened the chest.
Yep. Yeah. That
don't
took...
believe you me, I was watching that too. I also want to point out the fact that you guys destroyed a window, committed a lot of collateral damage, and yet someone still ended up triggering the trap and getting affected by it. So, well done. Like, if ever there was an instance where people should get negative experience, like, that is it. Like,
It's a 50 XP minus for that dumbass
Like a big
move.
seriously.
Trying every big brain scheme we could think of, and like being dumb in the process.
Yep.
But we did throw it out a window. I thought throwing it out a window would do more damage, but it was.
It was a tough chest.
And then we climbed up on a roof and dropped it again using Tig's telekinetic.
Yeah.
Tig climbed up on a roof, used telekinetic to lift it 30 feet beyond the roof, and then dropped it like 60
Yeah.
feet to break it open.
And I mean, seriously, like, and Nolan rationalized all that metagaming by saying, "This is what Corey would do." And I was like, "All right, that's fair."
I might have. Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, and that was the thing too. What?
The cat took a shit and it smells horrible.
I don't miss having cats, man.
No, not at all.
And that was the thing about that chest too, is that kind of like, I was like, okay, they're gonna try and find every way to like weasel out of having to just figure out what the deal is with this chest. Which, by the way, someone just needed to roll a really good investigation check and then a really good thieves tools check. So, but I was like, they're gonna do everything they can. So like literally, I looked it up in the DMG and I'm like, this is what the AC is for this chest. This is what the fucking hit points are for it. This is the fucking weight. This is the size. It's like everything. Cause I'm like, I fucking know this is gonna come up, you know? So, yeah, and thank God I did. So,
Well-
I mean, you knew us well because we did like try everything other than
yeah. That
the
just
straightforward
unlocking it.
attempt.
Well, I
Oh,
think we
no.
did go for the inspection, and we could tell there was something about it, right? We knew it was.
No, somebody rolled really fucking low. And I was
Yeah,
like,
my
oh, it looks okay.
skills was super low.
Right, that was when you attempted to pick it. But yeah, last session, someone tried to examine it, and it wasn't a really convincing check. So it was like, it could be, you know, trapped. It might not be.
Yeah.
Essentially, a lot of the assumptions went off of what the Lord of the Manor told you guys. So
Right.
so that was kind of, that played a part in it as well. But yeah, let me tell you, I was really fucking glad I covered all my angles with that fucking thing. It seriously
One of
put me
those
through
where
my
I
paces.
felt bad, like 40 minutes in that we're beating our heads against the wall, and I was like, okay, we should really give up, but also we've committed this much time at this point, like we can't give up.
Can you
Just take it with us.
once again, I'm just gonna tell you, if I can get that much content and that much time playing or time played
Or
out of
nothing.
a fucking chest, that's amazing. Do you have any idea how much fucking time that bought me? Like, there are so many moments where it's like, all right, the next area they're going to go to is going to be like this, and this is going to be the kicker, and this is going to be the map, and this is going to be what I'm going to do for it, and this is going to be the whole trick. And these are going to be, okay, this area is going to do this area is going to do this is going to be trapped, this is not. And it's like, all that stuff is fucking paralyzing. And so it's like, when I can get fucking 40 minutes to an hour out of you guys fucking around with a goddamn trunk, I'm like, yes, dude, yes. So, yeah, I'm all about it.
A full party effort, so it was kind of fun because like everybody contributed to trying to break it.
You know, and
And
for a group
completely
who
ignoring Dakar as he was poisoned and laying helpless.
Seriously. And I mean, for a group who constantly like undercuts each other and fucks with each other, when you need to work together, you also do that very well too. So
I think like out of the D&D parties I played with, I think this party actually works together better than most. Because most parties kind of undercut each other. But I feel like
Oh,
we
yeah.
worked pretty cooperative. But we're just all kind of melee for the most part, so there's not a lot of assistance. It's kind of like help each other get advantage more than anything.
you guys work a really reliable steamroll tactic too.
Yeah.
You know,
Just rush it.
Yeah.
right?
just hit it hard before it hits back.
Yeah, and I mean, like, that's pretty effective, you know. So
Not always going
yeah,
to be, but like,
It worked on your fucking tentacle monster. Like we were able to hit it hard enough that even though it got us all grappled, we kept punching it.
I seriously
That
thought
was
we
the
were
thing.
fucked, but you guys just wrecked that thing.
you guys did so much damage to it on the front end because like that thing has an AC of 20, right?
yeah.
And you guys just swooped in and it was like 21, 24, 23, 23, you know, and it was like, holy shit, man. Like, and I got that bite attack off on Jared, but that was about all I got. And I'm like, by the end of it, literally by the time it had two people swooped up and it finally like reeled out and caught the tentacles on the other two and reeled everybody in close, it only had 5 hit points at that point, right?
Yeah.
But you know, like, the thing is that like, as the DM, you know this, right? But as the players, this is still fucking terrifying because it's like,
Right.
holy shit, I don't know how much it's got left, right? So it's like, as the DM, I'm like, yeah, I would hate to be in this position right now as a player.
Yeah. I mean,
You
we
know
were all,
everybody's stuff, and,
besides
was like-
Froggy, though, we were all still pretty well off. So.
Oh yeah, and I was like, my, how the tables have turned, because it's like all your attacks have disadvantages at this point. And I'm like, man, if I fucking total party wipe these guys with 5 hit points left on this roper, that's gonna be something. I'm gonna have to like put that on the internet or some shit. But yeah,
all
it
had
was.
like between me and the car, like we have a lot of multi attacks, and then Broggy
Yeah.
has spells that he can throw out, and Tig has psionics. Like we have stuff we can do well grappled. That
Yeah, I was literally considering just lifting the thing off the ground and dropping it to see what would happen.
He would have to like make saves to hold us all.
But I think I can't do it to an unwilling creature, so.
You can, but I think there were saves. Like, I
Oh,
think
okay.
it was,
Yeah,
like,
I think they get
wisdom
advantage
save or
on the
something,
save if they're not
intelligence
willing.
save.
Yeah, something like that.
It may be I've got it coded into the thing there on your sheet.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, this one turned out very well. You know,
Yeah, one
So-
willing creature.
and that whole dungeon, I kind of designed it to be. I want this place to feel very much like Strahd, only without the fucking vampire lord showing up and constantly fucking poking you with a stick and
Uh-huh.
Strahd wouldn't
antagonizing
be
you.
scary without the guy manipulating you the whole time. So
Yeah, no, totally. I agree, right? But the thing is that like the overwhelming mobs of zombies and all sorts of just horrifying shit. It's like the death house at the beginning of Strahd. Like that place
Right.
is straight up fucking scary, and you never encounter Strahd in there. And so that's kind of like what I kind of drew my inspiration off of here.
Yeah.
There are plenty
I
of
do like that
antagonists
feeling,
in this
like,
place.
we could be overwhelmed at any minute. Like, we've got this handled right now, but if something else joins, we could be in trouble. And then something else joins. It's like, oh fuck,
Right.
run.
And I think that's kind of what this campaign is great about is as a DM, it kind of gives you free license to throw those fight or flight situations at the players and not feeling bad in the slightest about being like, nope, this is a total flight situation. You should fuck off if you don't want to die. Like,
Can I tell him what was in that big empty room that I fell through the floor in?
yeah, if you want.
That room had a gelatinous cube in it.
Okay.
And with the gibbering mouther at the other end of the room, I was getting serious flashbacks to a previous dungeon we'd played in
Yeah,
one
I
of the
remember that
hallways,
one.
where we go into a room we didn't notice just down the hall. There's a gelatinous cube sitting there still, so you can't really see it without a really good check.
Well,
And
we killed
the gibbering
guy.
mouther makes one of us run in a random direction, who, it just so happens, runs face first into the gelatinous cube, triggering that to attack us on top of fighting
So-
the gibbering mouther.
In truth, that room had two gelatinous cubes in it.
Jesus.
And also, gelatinous cubes can't be seen off of any sort of straight check. They're
They can't be?
indistinguishable. So.
Hmm.
So.
Yeah, I knew they were difficult, but I didn't know they were impossible.
They're indistinguishable, much like ropers. While they're
Sure.
sitting still, you cannot tell that they're there.
Yeah,
So.
unless you got some kind of danger sense.
A Peter tank.
Yeah, I don't know what that would be.
Yeah, I was gonna say a spider tangle.
Yeah.
I think
there you go.
actually Barbarian has that. I was just looking at that a second ago.
Like a danger sense.
Yeah.
I mean, besides, like, if your player happens to have or if your character happens to have knowledge of something like that, like, the room was clear of dust, like there was no,
Yeah.
they could, if they knew enough, be like, there could be some kind of gelatinous cube or something in there, but like,
Yeah.
they would have to have probably encountered one or have significant knowledge.
I was gonna say you'd have to have a few nasty brushes with the creatures to really establish a pattern. So,
Or a
really,
Tiglillo.
it's your fault for robbing yourselves of valuable life experience fighting gelatinous
about-
cubes.
What about like
Yeah, well, he'd
True
probably die
Sight
against
or
two gelatinous cubes.
Detect
Powerful.
Evil or something like that? Would either of those
Well,
work on
I don't think they're evil.
Yeah, I think they're like
No,
new,
them? They're probably neutral.
line.
True Sight. That one's kind of up in the air. I don't particularly know because they're not being magically hidden in any way. They're just literally fucking
See-through.
perfectly clear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
Another way I
So-
was gonna go with Jeff was the blind sight monk fighter combo, which you can literally just sense anything within 10 feet of you. You can see through any.
Yeah, but
magical
If you're 10
protection.
feet away from a gelatinous
yeah,
cube, it's
right.
probably going to
You're in
just
trouble.
I
But
can't
wonder how
remember what it
blind
is right
sight
now.
works. for that kind of stuff. It's literally a sense if you're surrounded. It says it sees through invisibility, it sees through magical darkness, it sees through.
Yeah.
Yeah, for 10 feet. Like,
Yeah.
For
10 feet.
I mean,
right? You have to be
That's-
ready to hit it. Like,
that's the hardest
for a
part too. Is
monk,
like
that-
I would.
That's actually like, because a monk can run around a battlefield, get within 10 feet of something, hit it, and run away. Like,
Well,
Yeah,
you're a monk,
But you
yes.
don't know what you're running towards half the time. All right.
yeah.
It's that I don't remember what
I
it
just
was.
think
It was an
that,
episode of
like,
Family Guy where like they're parodying something, and Peter gets knocked unconscious, and in his unconscious state, he's making fun of whatever material they're parodying. And he's just like, "This whole thing is stupid. It's just stupid." And somebody makes like a comment like specifically from the movie, and you just hear Peter go, "Stupid." And that's all I can hear in my head anytime you're talking about making a blind fighting monk. I'm just like Peter Griffin in the background, half unconscious, going, "Stupid."
It's definitely stupid, but I think it'd be fun. I
Yeah,
like playing stupid characters. Like when I design a character, it's not about like min-maxing. It's about like what's kind of fun to play. Like
No, I totally get that, and I like that. Like we've all developed a taste for D&D to the point where it's not like you get beyond that very early phase of wanting to min-max everything, right? Like everybody's kind of grown out of that now, right?
Yeah.
And now it's
and you
like
wanna
I
play,
actually.
like, something fun to play.
Right, and I mean, like, part of it is like when you DM to the point where you're throwing in like an even bit of like role playing and fighting, suddenly the stress doesn't all get put on your ability to kill shit, right? Like your ability to talk shit and your ability to deceive people or win people over, like that becomes just as big of a thing. And so, like one of the things they talk about, and especially like Matt Mercer, which is kind of like who I've studied up on the most, he's like, you know, don't always make it so that they have to kill a dragon to get the thing they need. Sometimes make it that they have to win somebody over to get the thing they need, right?
Sometimes
So
they
it's
can
like,
seduce the dragon.
right, you know, and so that's kind of what was that? Was that Nolan was screaming, "Seduce her!" But yeah, I mean, like that's kind of the thing is that like when people first start playing D&D, they basically think it's supposed to be like Diablo on paper, right?
Yeah,
and
like-
they're like, okay, cool, you know, and then they kind of start to grow out of that when they realize like this is a role playing experience. I get to like stop being myself for a night, and I actually get to like play somebody else. And so
But I think that's
once
the
you
hard
kind of
thing
hit
as
that
a
point,
DM too, is finding that, giving your players that balance. Because sometimes you're like, okay, I'm going by the numbers, like this is the attacks that this monster can do, but sometimes you have to get in the psychology of the monster as well. And that's a pain in the ass as a DM. Like you're trying to run the rules, but you're also trying to role play the world.
Yeah.
No, what's this,
yeah,
what's the padlock I have in my items?
you found that in the trunk as well.
Oh, okay.
I'll give you more details on that later. I didn't have the handout built on that one yet. Yeah, I think the hardest part isn't really like once you have the characters built and like their an idea of their personality, that stuff's pretty easy. The hard stuff is like when you're in a situation where, like with the roper, everybody's in a tight spot, and then soon people start trying to think outside the box, right?
Yeah,
And that's a good thing.
You gotta adapt.
Right. Because as the DM, you know what they're trying to do, and then you have to honestly say, okay,
How would the rules fit here? Like,
yeah, and the best policy is to try and determine in that moment what the best rule is to kind of throw an effect there, and then give them the opportunity to roll the dice, right? And it's the sort of thing where, Mercer talks about the rule of cool, right? And it's like, if your character opts to do something really fucking bitchin', like they're on the top floor of a fucking samurai castle as it's coming down, and they decide they're going to literally jump out the window and surf the rubble down, give them the ability to make the fucking check. And if they fucking nail it, fucking give them their moment, narrate it out, make it cool, like. So that's the biggest thing, is that like, if you like, when people think outside the box, and it never pays off for them. They get discouraged. They don't like that, right? Like, so it's really important, I think, to come
yeah,
up with
Ryan's
a skill
actually
check.
really good about
Improvising stuff.
Oh, he
trying
is,
to
man.
figure out those weird improvisations, and like some of them are just like that's not like you just aren't gonna be able to do that, but like it's
Oh,
really
dude,
cool
and
that
he
you're
played-
thinking about doing that. Like
Seriously, like when one of our earliest games, you guys were fighting that golem up in that rickety old
up in
tower.
that tower,
And he
That
literally
was the one I
just chucked
thought
a
of.
grappling hook through the motherfucker, and then as soon as it stuck through that golem, he's like, "I'm gonna hold on to the other end, and I'm literally gonna jump through this hole in the floor." Right? And I'm like, "Holy fuck, man, you got balls for days, right?" Like, and my brother Nate's like, "You're such a stupid ass. Like, why would you do that? That's fucking dumb." And I'm like literally, like everybody at the table is like, "Oh, come on, Nate, shut up. Like, all you've been doing is bitching since he sat down." I still don't miss playing D&D with Nate. He's such a whiny bitch.
That's how I feel like I react to Tom, but I feel like Tom's ideas are also bad. Like,
They totally are, but he's having fun, right?
he is having fun. He has
So-
really creative ideas, but every time he's like, "I got an idea, guys," it's like, this is gonna be really stupid. Like,
The thing
this
is, though,
not
is that,
gonna be a
like,
good idea.
we all understand the game mechanics really well. So it's
Yeah.
like when we think outside the box, we're trying to think of ways of
Within
how
the
can we
mechanics.
fucking mess with the game mechanics to make this work. Whereas he's just like,
Like,
man, how would this
real-world
work in real
mechanics.
life?
Yeah.
Yeah, like exactly. So
But I
yeah,
still don't get his rock idea. I don't. So we're on top of a crumbling tower. We have to run down the tower to get away from a giant bird. He decides, what if I break the floor into the room we have to run to
right.
to
Yeah.
injure the bird? Maybe
was
this is a
watching
good
that.
idea. Like, I still don't get what his plan was. Like, I am going to give
I mean-
the rock a better access to the next room that I need to run to get out of this tower. What
I
was
don't know,
the
man.
plan? What?
I think he was. I feel like there are a lot of times like he's trying to compete with my character in that campaign. Like every time it's like I'm gonna take first. He's like I'm gonna take first watch. It's like okay. I'm the rogue. I'll go out front and I'll inspect for traps. It's like okay, you're a paladin, but what the hell? Whatever. Knock yourself out, right? So
Still playing the bard while being a paladin, I think is.
yeah, but I feel like he's constantly trying to nip at me a little bit lately, and I'm like that situation. Like I should
feel
have
like
died.
I deserve it more because I insult him the most. Like.
Oh
every time
yeah,
he starts
yeah,
saying
totally.
something, I'm like, shut up. This is a bad plan.
And then
But
you're
I am-
finally all getting away except for like one, and then he's like, "Oh, I gotta run back up there." It's like you don't know what's
seriously.
going on, dude. Like
And it's like
you
I
wouldn't-
should have died there. And I told Nolan, I'm like, you know what would have saved everybody a lot of confusion if you'd have just killed me. I fucking deserved it, right?
Right.
I went up there by myself. All right, I split the party. I told everybody to go on ahead. I saw a bunch of loot in a giant fucking rock nest. I looked at the rock and I said, "Hey, buddy, want to eat some rations while I steal this loot?" It's like that. Literally, like
I still,
broken rule, dead. Like
I still feel
you-
Nolan like vindictively killed me for saving you. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I don't
literally-
even know.
that was the most dangerous situation we'd been in. We literally
Rocks.
killed a god's avatar, and then fought a giant bird, escaped, and then a random vulture came down and attacked me while I was already unconscious. And
So
murdered me.
here's
Like-
my theory on that stuff. So
I don't know
Nolan builds a
why.
battle, and then what he has is a contingency built in. And if he thinks
Yeah.
that the players are getting really good or getting too quick of an edge in the battle, he decides to roll out his contingency at a certain point. And those vultures were his contingency. And so the thing is that he doesn't understand that the fight might push the players to the limit and actually make us feel stressed. He doesn't get that. He doesn't get that we can't see the boss's fucking hit points. We
Yeah.
can't tell when he's running low, right? For us, it's every shot is like, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Right? So when he pulls out those vultures, it's kind of like he's in a panicked state, like, oh, this is going too easy. And the problem is, like, that contingency wave that he throws out ends up performing the coup de grace a lot of the time. You know.
Well, the biggest thing was that like attacked while down. Like that wouldn't have been the risk it was without
I mean,
me
a vulture.
hitting me well down.
Yeah, but I
he
mean,
did
it is
have
a
a good reason
vulture.
for it. A vulture would go after a
Right.
horse. Like that's fair. But the
So-
fucking demigod, the god's avatar, didn't go after corpses. So
Right.
I don't know, but I
like,
mean, like,
ah,
yeah,
took-
that was still a
took the sad
frustrating
way
fight,
for
though.
Kaizo to die.
Well, he's alive again, so
Yeah, if I want him to.
Oh.
you're
Well, guys,
welcome.
It's way past my bedtime, so I'm gonna hit it.
All right, dude.
Sounds good.
It was a
Yeah.
good night.
Later, man.
Easy.
Later. Take it easy.
But yeah, I'm still torn on if I want to play it.
And thank all you guys for tuning in and watching this shit show of a D&D session. I had lots of fun. We'll do this again in 2 weeks, hopefully.